Ladies and gentlemen, dear students, a warm welcome to you all. This is a massive open online course entirely devoted to sociological theory, in particular classical theories, the ideas of the 18th, 19th and early 20th century thinkers. This title covers the subject matter conveniently, but it fails to convey the relevance of the theories that will be presented here. To be honest, it sounds a bit boring, and that is misleading, because the books that I will present here are still very important for anybody who wants to research or just better understand contemporary societies. How did human societies develop? How are they structured? What are the opportunities and the challenges? Where are the most urgent problems located? And can those problems be solved, at least in part, by conscious human intervention? If you think that those questions are interesting, then this might be the course for you to follow. To answer those questions, we have to do research into the history and the structure of our present-day societies. We have to read what the best experts can tell us about our own world, not only sociologists, but also historians, social anthropologists, political scientists, economists, and yes, also journalists and literary authors with a sensitivity for the sociological aspects of human existence. But there is also another very important source of insight, and that is the body of articles and books written by the precursors of modern social science, who for the first time tried to develop theoretical insights about the great transformation that took place during their lifetime. You could think of 18th century moral philosophers like Mandeville and Smith, 19th century intellectuals such as Comte, Tocqueville and Marx, 20th century sociologists like Durkheim, Max Weber, Norbert Elias, thinkers who sketched the first conceptual frames that helped their contemporaries and the generation after them to make sense of the seemingly chaotic and bewildering social developments they were confronted with. Their pioneering breakthroughs were so innovative that we still feel their power. They were the first to catch entirely new social realities in their, let's say, theoretical fishnets. And although we have moved beyond some of their insights, they still offer us bold conjectures about modernity. My sincere enthusiasm for those classical theories has been my main motivation when I taught sociological theory here at the University of Amsterdam over the past 40 years. My name is Bart van Herikhuizen, and since I began to study sociology in 1967, I never stopped being amazed by those theories, discovering all kinds of aspects that then I wanted to share with my friends and later, of course, with my students. And there always was and still is that didactic challenge, how to make the writings of authors who lived under very different social conditions, who wrote in a style that is far removed from ours, readable for contemporary students. During those 40 years, I have learned how to do that in front of a lecture hall with, let's say, 150 students, or in a small seminar with 20, 25 students. Today, that experience doesn't help me much. Here I am, in front of this camera, talking to you through, I must say, a very expensive microphone. And I really do miss your immediate feedback, an expression of surprise, a smile, just a raised eyebrow. What I'm doing here is really new to me, and what I'm experiencing right now is, well, what Karl Marx might have called alienation. But the possibilities for disseminating the core ideas of the classical sociologists are so impressive that I really try to do whatever I can to make this MOOC a helpful tool of academic education. We all use theories constantly, even classical sociological theories, but we do this in a very implicit way. We are rarely aware of it. When somebody at a party, for example, says that the rise of atheism threatens social cohesion, he or she invokes a theoretical idea that can already be found in the works of early 19th century thinkers. If you believe that we live in a class society and that the dominant group is suppressing the members of the poorer classes, even influencing their way of thinking, then you have internalized, maybe without being aware of it, some theoretical ideas that can be found in the books by Karl Marx. And those theories have practical consequences. When you step inside the voting booth, your choice between the candidates is in large part guided by theories that you may be only dimly aware of. Theories about social justice, about economic inequality, about liberal values, or the role of religion, or the fair weight of taxes. In that small, secluded space, you are in fact juggling with a multitude of theoretical notions. And even your vague idea of what it actually means to be a voter in a democratic political system can be traced back to the study of democracy in America by Alexis de Tocqueville, a 19th century aristocrat. You cast your vote under the influence of ideas developed by this Frenchman who witnessed the upheavals of 1830, 1848. When old classical sociological theories are so important for your daily life, it is worthwhile to think about them in a more reflexive way and to study their origins, their propagators, their critics. Understanding the intellectual roots of ideas that half-consciously float through your mind may be an illuminating experience. This course is intended to make implicit theories explicit, to help you to reflect on them, to study them from many different angles. You may have very strong opinions in social life or in the political sphere, but it is a good idea when following this course to try to take a more detached position for the time being. My advice is to give every author that we discuss here the benefit of the doubt, but also the honor of a critical approach. Take for example the theory by Marx that I just mentioned. Maybe you call yourself a Marxist, and in that case you probably think that Karl Marx was, well, one of the greatest social thinkers that ever lived. My suggestion here is to put that thought, so to say, on hold during the duration of the course and to look at Marx's theories with a critical eye, even to look out for flaws and errors. On the other hand, if you strongly dislike Marxist thinking, try to give Marx the benefit of the doubt for at least the time that you study his work here. And please approach all those theories presented here with an open mind, critical but without prejudice. As far as that is possible, of course. Try to look at this subject matter with an attitude of curiosity, a bit like Alice in Wonderland. If you can do that, then there is something that you will receive in return. Having completed this course, you may see the social world in a slightly different light. You may be drawn to articles in the newspapers that never attracted your attention. You may observe people doing things that you never noticed before. You may even discern sociological connections where in the past you only saw coincidence. You will become a slightly different kind of person. So let me warn you right from the start, in this course we are going to mess with your mind. What is sociology? Contrary to what is often thought, that is not such a difficult question, although it's easy to assemble hundreds of definitions and make it all seem extremely complicated. Sociology is the science that has as its subject matter human societies. As simple as that. For the time being, it's enough to say that sociologists are interested in the history and the structure of the large configurations that are formed by human beings. The scientific study of human societies became an institutionalized discipline taught at universities at the end of the 19th century, and that implies that some of the classic sociologists that we discuss here were not university professors at all. Some of them never called themselves sociologists. They were amateurs, but amateurs in the best sense of the word. The fact that their study of social life was done in non-institutionalized surroundings had its advantages. There is something fresh and innocent about the books by Alexis de Tocqueville, who never had to worry about tenure, whose chapters were never scrutinized by academic committees or peer reviewers. But the disadvantage may have been that a few of the classic authors got carried away by their own arguments because, they lectured and wrote for people who worshipped them, as was the case of Auguste Comte, who clearly missed the objections of a critical audience, as we will see. The classical sociologists were not just interested in human societies, they were focusing on problems attending the fundamental social change that took place in Europe at the time of the Industrial Revolution. They studied what has been called the Great Transformation, and that means the transition from agrarian societies to industrial societies, from traditional to modern societies, the growing influence of the modern sciences, the rise of the modern metropolis, the process of secularization, the development of new political arrangements, such as modern democracy, but also modern totalitarianism, and also those more general tendencies, such as the process of rationalization, described by Max Weber, or the process of civilization, theorized by Norbert Elias. The first sociological theories were proposed by intellectuals who were struck by those brand new developments that they witnessed for the very first time in the history of the human species. And one of the reasons why we still experience their theories as illuminating is that today we live in the spin-off of processes that became noticeable for the very first time during their lifetime. That being said, we still have to realize that the thinkers that are canonized now as the founders of modern sociology constitute a very one-sided group. They are all men, they are all Europeans, and with the exception of Tocqueville, they are middle class, all of them. When studying their theories, it's important to ask yourself from time to time what difference it would have made had they been women, or born in Asia or Latin America, or stemming from the very rich classes of society, or from the very poor. There may be a gender bias, a class preference, maybe even a bit of ethnocentrism at work in the composition, the selection of the members of the canon of the greats. And there is a possibility that some important thinkers have so far been overlooked by the historians of the social sciences. There may be authors who in the future might be given their well-deserved place in the pantheon of the classic sociological thinkers. There are excellent reasons for saying that the Greek philosopher Plato should be considered the founding father of sociology. He developed, for example, utopian models about the perfect society, ideal types that he could then use as a measuring rod in order to analyze and to criticize his own society. So we could say that at least some aspects of sociological thought can already be found in the year 400 before the Common Era. That is one way of looking at it. Completely opposed to that position is the idea that serious academic theories about human society anchored in methodologically sound research are not to be found before the Second World War. The idea that sociology as an empirical science came of age in the United States in the 40s and the 50s of the 20th century, with sociology professors such as Talcott Parsons and Robert Merton as the first rigorously scientific theorists. When you would have a look at the large collection of handbooks or readers devoted to sociological theory, you might discover that the extreme positions that I just mentioned are not shared by contemporary authors. It's much more common to begin the story of sociological theory somewhere in the 18th century, for example with the Scottish moral philosophers. Sociologists disagree about many things, but there is a rather broad consensus about where the story of sociological theory really starts. That is, in the 18th, maybe in the 19th century. Let me begin with a somewhat trivial observation. Wouldn't it be nice if we knew who the person was who coined the word sociology, and if we knew in what year he or she used that word for the very first time? Well, it may come as a surprise, but we do know this name, and we do have this date. The wordsmith in question was the French philosopher Auguste Comte, who single-handedly welded together the Latin word socius, companion, and the Greek suffix logos, which means the knowledge of something. Comte published a book in the year 1838, in which the word can be found in print for the very first time. He actually had used another term before to denote the same thing, the science of society, referring then to la physique sociale, social physics. But when he discovered that another author had stolen his word, or at least he believed that his intellectual ownership had been injured, he invented the term sociology, stressing over and over again that this was the word that he personally had given to the world. Many new words were invented in that same period for new phenomena that had to be given a name, such as industrialism or socialism, or even the word altruism, another term coined by Comte, who needed something denoting the opposite of egoism. As an institutionalized academic enterprise, a science taught by university professors appointed to teach this brand new science, sociology had to wait till the end of the 19th century when Albion Small became a professor of sociology at the new University of Chicago. But as a way of studying the social implications of the great transformation towards modernity, sociology is older than Comte. His term was not the start of the discipline, it is in a way the outcome of an intellectual movement that culminated with the growing acceptance of his word. If we follow the idea that substantially sociology is the science that takes as its subject matter the rise of industrialized societies in the West, then it makes sense to say that it was born in the course of the 18th century. Anybody interested in following the intellectual river further upstream may come up with interesting precursors like the North African scholar Ibn Khaldun, or Machiavelli, or Montaigne, or the great Dutch humanist Erasmus. But in this course, we begin our overview of classical authors with Adam Smith, who witnessed a new type of division of labor, who wrote about relatively modern manufactures, who was amazed by the increase of the output of the workers, and who studied the social implications of those huge changes. That is where our story begins. Maybe some of the more familiar names in this course will surprise you. Adam Smith, wasn't that the founding father of the ideological current of thought called liberalism? And Karl Marx, wasn't that the man who gave us socialism and communism? Is this a course about great sociological thinkers, or is it more about the thinkers who constructed those influential ideological currents: liberalism, socialism, conservatism? Now, those three ways of looking at modern society still exist today. And yes, it is true that Adam Smith is seen by modern liberals as one of their heroes, and that on the 1st of May, the military parades in communist countries take place in front of enormous portraits of Karl Marx and his friend and collaborator Friedrich Engels. So the intellectuals that we discuss in this course try to understand the great transformation that is taking place in front of their eyes. They are trying to make sense of it, of course, but at the same time, they try to discern what may be progress and what may turn out to be a dangerous development. They saw ugly potentialities in modernity. They depicted them sometimes in the darkest colors. They also tried to come up with solutions for those problems. Let me give you an example. Alexis de Tocqueville is afraid that American equality may lead to the dictatorship of the majority. He is scared of that, and he also thinks about ways to avert those dangers. He says, for example, it may help to have a free press. So these intellectuals ponder the dangers of modernity and the possibility to find solutions. And they never hide their moral position. On the contrary, they are rarely reluctant to show their ethical preferences and their political predilections. So yes, in a way, the precursors of the social sciences were not cool, they were not detached, they were very, very concerned. Liberalism is the ideological current that stresses the ties between people who freely engage in what they hope will turn out to be mutually profitable relationships. Socialism accentuates the ties between dominant and dominated groups. It's about differences in economic and political power. Conservatism lays a heavy accent on the ties of tradition, religious rules, family, language, the integrative force of a broad social consensus on norms and values. Those three fundamental answers to the question how human societies remain, glued together over a long period of time, can be found in political discourse and also in the writings of the founding fathers of modern social science. In fact, there was a lot of interaction going on between the ideological debate and the discussions about sociology between the proto-sociologists, just at the moment when the discipline had not yet become an institutionalized university science. It's only in the 20th century, with authors like Max Weber and Norbert Elias, that social scientists try to differentiate between statements about how the world is and about how the world should be. Max Weber wrote in a relatively abstract way about the necessity for social scientists to try to control their political preferences, at least when they are teaching, and might be tempted to abuse their superiority as professors in the classroom, forcing on their students some of their own political opinions. Norbert Elias said that every social scientist is confronted with problems of involvement and detachment. We should realize, he says, that what we hope and wish may hinder us in observing what is actually happening. So, in the 20th century, sociological thinkers became more aware and more prudent in dealing with their own ethical and political preferences, even their half-conscious prejudices. This does not mean that social scientists who believe that it is their duty to take a position in the current political debate have completely disappeared. On the contrary, they are still there. They are a minority, but a vocal minority. Yet, the innocence of those 19th century theorists who, without much reflexivity, mixed their scientific statements with ideologically colored statements, that kind of innocence, that has disappeared. Almost every sociology track begins with the classical sociological theories. Of course, that is not the only subject that new students have to delve into. They are also taught research methodology, and they are given courses with all kinds of empirical information about their own society in the present and in the past. But in many universities it has become almost a didactic ritual to start off with a course on sociological theory, beginning not, as a few students might expect, with the most recent theorists, the state of the art, but starting with the classics. Have a look on the internet. Compare the different sociology courses that universities all over the world are offering, and you may even come to the conclusion that the more prestigious universities are also the ones that devote most attention to the classical theorists. This MOOC, therefore, can also be seen as one of the elements of an introductory sociology course. But when you come to think of it, that is actually a bit strange. When you study physics, your first class is certainly not about Newton. When you study chemistry, your professor will not begin the new academic year with Lavoisier. It has even been said that a science which hesitates to forget its founders is lost. If that would be true, it would be bad news for sociology. On the other hand, if you study philosophy, there is a good chance that you will start with the pre-Socratic thinkers. So, different types of knowledge seem to have different attitude towards the predecessors. Now, is it a bad sign for sociology when its practitioners seem to find it difficult to break away from the great thinkers of the past? The case of sociology is actually a bit complicated. On the one hand, we can observe scientific progress. We have in many ways moved beyond the theories of Comte and Marx. Their theoretical contributions, however important they still may be, would probably not be accepted by a contemporary peer-reviewed sociological journal. And on the other hand, we are still wrestling with theoretical dilemmas that were formulated for the first time, and often in a surprisingly clear way, by those classical thinkers. Those old theoretical concepts were forged at the dawn of modernity, so to say, and the fact that the classics were the first to theorize about the great transformations seems to have imbued their writings with interesting ideas about modernity that deserve to be studied until this very day. Now, every 10 years or so, a young sociologist writes an article proudly declaring that now the time has come to finally leave those old-fashioned classics behind. But, you know, I'm reminded of the dinosaurs of rock, the Rolling Stones, AC/DC. They don't go away so easily. Contemporary theorists are using the concepts of the classical authors. They are using them in new ways. They cannot escape from them. And it's hard to understand Pierre Bourdieu if you are unaware of the insights of Marx and Weber. It's impossible, I would say, to really understand Anthony Giddens if you know nothing about Émile Durkheim. And it may be illuminating to see that a theoretical line of thought that appears to be typically 21st century was already proposed in the middle of the 19th century, and that it was then already the object of criticisms that resemble the critical comments that are leveled against it today. So there is an ambivalence in sociology here, and that reflects the position of this science, situated as it is somewhat uneasily between the natural sciences and the humanities, the Naturwissenschaften and the Geisteswissenschaften. In the so-called hard sciences, the theories dating from the 18th and the 19th century are seen as, beautiful antiquities, relics, interesting for the historian of science or the sociologist of science, but not something to teach first-year students. In the humanities, the precursors are very important. Schopenhauer doesn't make Kant or even Plato obsolete. In fact, Schopenhauer would completely agree with that. But in sociology, we have to live with the fact that there is both continuity and discontinuity between the classical and the modern theories. Sometimes we take our distance from the classical predecessors. At other moments in time, we still find in them a source of inspiration that we cannot do without when we try to make sense of the social universe in the 21st century. There may be a good reason why sociologists find it difficult to break away from the classic tradition. There is a big difference between sociology, and in fact all the sciences of the human species on the one hand, and the natural sciences on the other hand. Sciences that take as their subject matter human beings, whether it is psychology or political science or sociology, produce knowledge that is, so to speak, assimilated by their subject matter, human beings, and that subject matter changes as a result. Jellyfish do not change their behavior under the influence of a book written about them by a brilliant biologist, but humans change their behavior when a certain psychological or sociological theory becomes part of public knowledge. Take, for example, that funny little song in the musical West Side Story by Leonard Bernstein and Stephen Sondheim. In that famous opera or musical, known worldwide when a movie was made of it, you can hear a group of criminals who defend themselves singing, "We are sociologically sick." Now, the librettist here pokes fun at the sociologists of the 50s who said that criminals should be understood in their own social context and who sometimes appeared to not only understand them very well but also to excuse their behavior. Or, that is what many people in those days thought. We even see in this song the appearance of a psychiatrist with a strong German accent who explains the bad behavior of the young gangsters by referring to their unhappy childhood. Sociological theories are not studied by the general public, but a kind of watered down, trivialized version of it may become very popular. And when that happens, it may actually influence human behavior. When sociologists in the 50s wrote about typically male and typically female role expectations and role behavior, they laid the foundations for the feminist wave of the 60s and the 70s. When you hear that social scientists believe that in our type of society it is expected of women not to have a job and earn money, but to stay at home and take care of the children, your reaction may be, if that is so, why not change it? If you want to stand up against what can be seen as an injustice, you first have to become aware of its existence. And sociologists have often made their own subject matter aware of something that they had only been vaguely aware of before. The fact that human beings read the scientific stuff that is written about them, and that they may collectively decide to change the routines that are described there and that are analyzed in those studies, that is not at all a weakness of the social sciences. It's a fact of life. It's something that we as social scientists have to reckon with. It's an inescapable element of our work. A problem that the student of jellyfish never has to worry about. This circular, this spiraling element is typical of the sciences that are concerned with human beings. And it is one of the reasons why there is such a deep and such a fundamental difference between the human sciences and the natural sciences. We study a subject matter that listens to us, that even talks back to us. And this may also be one of the reasons why in sociology we always return to the classical theories. Human societies change. They also change under the influence of the social sciences themselves, and that causes a kind of instability in the knowledge that we gather about human societies. But one thing remains stable, and that is the body of knowledge that we call classical theory. That is an enormous reservoir of knowledge that has been time-tested and that we can always refer back to. Where the theoretical field is so unstable and fluid, the classic theories offer us something to hold on to. Sociology is a discipline with deep uncertainties, with disagreements between its practitioners, with the proliferation of theoretical approaches. But there is one thing that all sociologists all over the world agree about. And that is the importance of the books by Durkheim, or The Beauty of the Theoretical Universe of Max Weber. The American sociologist Jeffrey Alexander once wrote that there is a functional necessity for classical theory. We need those theories because they constitute our common ground. This is what we all agree about. And that is true. When you finish this course, you can communicate with sociology students in Tokyo or in Mumbai. If you are really well versed in classical theory, you have mastered a kind of lingua franca, a kind of sociological universal language that will help you to feel at ease in the company of sociologists in New York or in Amsterdam. This shared intellectual heritage may even give you a feeling of solidarity with sociologists all over the world. In an academic course, the teacher has to make clear what the student can expect from the program, its didactic organization in the light of its academic goals. Often those aims and claims of the course are presented in formal language with boring lists with bullet points that experienced students have learned to skip as soon as they come inside. But please stay with me when I want to say just a few words, very informal words, on this subject. My children were born here in Amsterdam, and as a responsible father I had to teach them how to ride a bicycle, because that is our main means of transportation here. In the beginning you are running next to the bike, trying to catch your child every time they threaten to lose their balance and fall in the grass of Vondelpark. But after a few days of lightly bruising their arms and knees, and maybe after a few tears, they surprisingly quickly discover the trick. And at the end of the week, you see them disappear between the trees in the distance. Seeing them drive away, still a bit unsure. That, for me, was the best part. You know that from now on, they can do this without you. That 1 week of bicycle lessons captures in a way what it is to be a parent, steering your children to independence. What I really do hope to achieve here is that you will be able to read the original texts of the great thinkers of social science, and that you can understand them and that you can use them in your own work, whether that is the work of a sociologist or a journalist or a creative writer or a civil servant or maybe a minister of the church. And I hope that in time you will find it so easy to read some of these authors that you will experience genuine pleasure in doing it. The intense satisfaction of being intellectually challenged and stimulated by the intriguing thoughts of some of the sharpest minds in the history of mankind, living in another social world and yet so close to us. That is what I really want for you, to learn to understand a text written by some early sociologists. And maybe one day you will discover a few treasures in the works of an author whose contributions were not mandatory readings for this MOOC. Let's say the works written by Herbert Spencer or the great Georg Simmel. If you can read them all on your own, then you have acquired a new and a very important skill. That is our main aim for this course. The second aim is that we want you to become acquainted with a certain style of reasoning, a way to approach the subject matter of sociology, the dynamics of human societies. Although our authors differ from one another, they share at least one thing: the passionate wish to scientifically study all the aspects of social life. They want to anchor their arguments in hard data. They may have many differences. Some are devout Catholics, some were raised in the Jewish faith, others are outspoken atheists, but they all share this wish to explain social life without having recourse to heavenly interference. And here we see the beginnings of a principled, empirical attitude. We recognize an early version of sociology as a new science. And the third and final goal of this course is to raise your sensitivity for the relationship between theories and empirical research. We intend to show you how new data inspired the great thinkers to come up with new theoretical options, and how, on the other hand, new theories led to new testable hypotheses and to the collection of data that were not considered interesting before because they appear to have no theoretical relevance. And then there is something else that I would like you to achieve, but that is a goal that you will not find in the official lists. I hope that this course will be an interesting and maybe even an exciting journey for you. I hope that this course, from time to time, will make you happy. Adam Smith, whose ideas we will discuss now, did not start from scratch, of course. He was influenced by many people, philosophers and intellectuals in Scotland and in Paris, but also by thinkers who lived before him. Take, for example, one of the expressions that made him famous: the division of labor. Those words can be found on the first page of his most important book, The Wealth of Nations, published in 1776. And it became, as we will see, a core idea with wide-ranging implications, stretching out to the books of Marx and Durkheim, still important in the 20th and the 21st century. Adam Smith borrowed that expression, the division of labor, from an interesting precursor that I want to briefly introduce here, Bernard de Mandeville, the author of a book with the title The Fable of the Bees. Really a fascinating book. Bernard de Mandeville, the name sounds a bit French, but you should pronounce it the English way, Bernard de Mandeville, because he worked as a doctor in London and it was in that city that he wrote his best books. But in fact, Bernard de Mandeville was of Dutch origin, born in the city of Rotterdam in 1670. A student at Leiden University in the Netherlands who moved to London in 1699 to marry his English bride. But it is not out of chauvinism that I talk about him here, well, maybe a little bit, but what is more important, if you follow the river of sociological ideas upstream to discover its sources, you will surely come across this wonderful book with its surprisingly modern insights. The Fable of the Bees, its first edition appeared in 1714, is a strange book because it has the form of a commentary on a poem that had been written in fact by Mandeville himself a few years before in 1705. His fable, a thinly veiled critical pamphlet about the society he lived in, had been misunderstood, or so he thought, and in this book he tried to defend himself against his detractors and explain what he actually had wanted to say. The poem that it all began with was called The Grumbling Hive, and yes, it's a fable about bees. It tells us about the most prosperous society of bees that, once upon a time, could be found in the woods, feared by its enemies, admired by its friends. But that does not mean that there were no problems in that beehive. At this point, Mandeville begins to tell his readers about the criminals, the scoundrels, the doctors who prescribe expensive medicines that do not work at all, unlicensed priests, corrupt politicians, soldiers that never fight. The reader begins slowly to understand this fable about bees is in fact a political satire that takes pleasure in describing in every ugly detail all that is corrupt and criminal in England. Now Mandeville says, thus every part was full of vice, yet the whole mass a paradise. And then the story takes an unexpected turn. The bees begin to grumble, that means they start to complain. Why are there so many wrongdoers? Why cannot we be honest and good? Why is it so difficult to get rid of the criminals in our midst? When the gods in heaven hear about the complaints of a people that they had overwhelmed with their gracious gifts, they become very angry and they decide to punish those unthankful bees. Their punishment? It's very simple. The bees just get what they had been asking for. The next morning, every bee has turned into a 100% honest insect, and the results are devastating. All the members of the police force, all the lawyers, all the judges become jobless overnight. The architects building the prisons, they have nothing to do anymore. Mandeville, who was a doctor in London, as I told you, tells us that the members of the medical profession now admit to their patients that they really do not know how to heal them, which was quite true in the 18th century, more so than it is today. So they stop doing what they did. The good-hearted bees do not want to show off their riches to their neighbors, so No more work for the painters. No more work for the sculptures. In short, the whole beehive collapses. Most bees go away and the few that remain live in a hollow tree. And the story ends with two people walking through the woods, observing a few bees buzzing around the tree. And one of them says to the other, "Do you see those poor little creatures? Can you imagine that once they belonged to the most powerful tribe to be found in these woods?" The moral of the fable is printed on its first page. Private vices, public benefits. The bad behavior of certain individual members of a group may lead to the greatest prosperity for the collectivity as a whole. That was the thesis that the author wanted to get across to his audience. The sins for which we pretend to feel ashamed may contribute to the foundations of a flourishing society. Every society, and of course we are talking here about human beings and not about bees, every society needs a certain degree of deviance, of illegality, of crime to work smoothly. And this is an aspect of the human condition that everybody who seriously studies human societies must recognize, whether we like it or not. The poem was considered by many contemporaries as an apology of crime, a terrible pamphlet in defense of immoral behavior. But that was not at all the intention of Mondeville. So after writing his funny poem of just 13 pages, The Grumbling Hive, he wrote The Fable of the Bees, hundreds of pages in which he explained in detail and with many interesting illustrative cases why he believed that human societies cannot prosper without a certain degree of undesirable behavior. Private vices, public benefits. What I find so interesting in Mondeville is that he brings to light the discontinuity between the level of the individual and the level of society as a whole. What is unpleasant behavior in the case of one single human being may turn out to be, at the collective level, very positive for the entire society. It's a line of reasoning that you will often encounter in sociology. You will find it, for example, in the functionalist analysis of Robert Merton, developed in the 40s and the 50s of the 20th century. In certain situations, the illegal activities of certain groups of people contribute to the integration of society as a whole. Those latent functions, as Robert Merton calls them, may be completely unintended and unrecognized by the participants, but still the outcome is that society is working more smoothly, that collective goals are reached with more ease. This concept of latent positive functions is something that Mondeville, has a kind of feel for. He doesn't want to praise sinful behavior, but he wants to show that when you find sinful behavior, you shouldn't expect it to have only negative consequences. You should, as a scientist, also look out for its eventual positive effects. In Adam Smith, you may recognize a similar argument, but put in more careful words, less extreme, therefore also easier to defend. Adam Smith doesn't write about sin or vice, but he does write about people who keep their eyes on their well-understood self-interest. In terms of Auguste Comte, human beings are driven more by egoism than by altruism. And that is not something we should regret. Adam Smith, just like his predecessor Mondeville, likes to point out that our moral indignation about selfishness isn't very helpful when we try to observe the actual consequences of that kind of behavior. In fact, the actions that are primarily motivated by self-interest may be, at the social level, interwoven in such a complex way that they mysteriously contribute to an advance in prosperity for everybody. That element of mystery, that is what you can find in the famous expression about the invisible hand. All those individual acts that are motivated by the wish to make a better life for yourself and maybe also for the members of your family are knitted together into a kind of network that is profitable for everybody. But it's not steered by a powerful person or an enlightened prime minister or a wise philosopher king, even not by God. No, it's the outcome of an anonymous social dynamic that we do not yet quite understand. Adam Smith does not say that the baker is a bad person, filled with vice, because he wants the hungry to pay for the bread that they need in order to survive. But he does say that the baker has a keen eye for his own interest, and that you should take advantage of that fact, and not ask him to give his bread away to feed the hungry. Now, this is how Adam Smith says it himself. It is not from the benevolence of the butcher, the brewer or the baker that we expect our dinner, but from their regard of their own interest. We address ourselves not to their humanity, but to their self-love, and never talk to them of our own necessities, but of their advantages. The butcher, the brewer and the baker. In a time when it was often safer to quench your thirst with beer than with water, those three alliterating professions take care of the first necessities: meat and bread to eat, beer to drink. Now, don't put your trust in their friendliness, their Christian love for their neighbor, but rest assured that they will always keep their own interest in mind. There seems to be an element of cynicism at work in Mondeville and also in Smith. They throw a very cold eye on the social world. But their point is that the moral intentions of the participants are not very relevant here. They may be important for the moralist or the theologist, but not for the philosopher. All that matters is the objective outcome, and in an unexpected and surprising way, the objective outcome of these myriads of egoistic actions is an outcome that is in everybody's advantage. The expression, the invisible hand, suggests that even Adam Smith himself didn't quite understand how it worked, but he was convinced that it was something that every member of human society, also those who were completely unaware of it, profited from. That is also why he believed that we should not interfere with it. The social processes are self-regulating. They work best when we leave them alone. The most important book that Adam Smith wrote is called An Inquiry into the Nature and the Causes of the Wealth of Nations. The question of that book is fairly simple. Why has England become such a wealthy country? How can we explain that we have become so rich? Is it because our farmers are working harder, making longer days? Or is it maybe because we now can exploit gold mines and diamond mines in our colonies? Adam Smith comes up with an entirely different answer in the very first pages of his book. And it is here that he employs the expression that I mentioned before, the division of labor. In fact, it's the title of his first chapter, On the Division of Labor. In modern manufacturers, the precursors, you could say, of the modern industrial factories, we see that the work is divided and subdivided in a very peculiar way, and that is the cause of the spectacular rise in productivity. This is what Adam Smith says in the first sentence of his famous book. The greatest improvement in the productive powers of labor and the greater part of the skill, dexterity and judgment with which it is anywhere directed or applied seem to have been the effects of the division of labor. He then takes the reader by the hand and has him enter a factory where pins are made. He tells us that making those little pins is a complicated business and that somebody who is not used to it might maybe produce 1 pin per day, whereas somebody who has learned the trick might make 20 pins a day. Now, in this pin factory that he invites us to visit, we see 10 workers who are doing their job, so you might expect them to produce altogether at least 10 pins a day, and in the best case scenario, maybe 200 pins a day. But that is not what happens. Those 10 guys produce, in fact, day in, day out, 48,000 pins. 48,000? How is that possible? The answer is they divide their labor in a very clever way. Adam Smith describes the process in detail. He says, one man draws out the wire, another straightens it, a third cuts it, a fourth points it, a fifth grinds it at the top for receiving the head. To make that head requires 2 or 3 distinct operations, and so on and so on. By dividing the relatively simple task of producing a pin into several subtasks, the labor productivity explodes. Adam Smith tries to understand why this is the case. He says, first of all, everybody's dexterity is improved. When you have nothing else to do but just to cut small parts from a wire, then you can train yourself to do it very quickly and very meticulously. He marvels, in fact, at the rapidity of the hands of the workers in those manufacturers. He says that people who never saw them at work cannot imagine that human beings are capable of developing that kind of dexterity. Who are those people? Well, the people he addresses are, of course, the readers of his book. Adam Smith here is a kind of a journalist. He gives his audience a look, a peek behind the walls of the modern factory, a place that they are not likely to visit. Well, maybe Adam Smith did not observe a real pin factory firsthand, but it is very likely that he read about the social organization of pin factories in the famous French Encyclopédie, that book edited by the philosophers Diderot and d'Alembert. In volume 5 there's a chapter dedicated to the pin, l'épingle. The beautiful illustrations of that book give us even today a very good impression of the things he described. Secondly, Adam Smith says, the workers save time because they do not have to pass from one type of task to another one. They can stay all day long in the same place, in the same room, behind the same machine. They keep completely focused on their simple task. And then there's a third advantage. Workers who are completely focused on one kind of work all day long may discover even better ways to do the job more efficiently. Adam Smith believes that many of the smart inventions that you find in those manufacturers were developed by the people who work there and who came up with clever suggestions that made the whole process still more efficient. Smith took as his example a manufacturer that produced simple, identical small objects that are easy to quantify. That is a didactic masterstroke, to take a pin factory as an example. But Smith was convinced that what happened in such a pin factory can be observed in all the other manufacturers in England. The principle of the division of labor is similar everywhere, and the rise in what he calls the productive power of labor is in those other places just as spectacular. It is, he says, the multiplication of the production of all the different arts that causes the new opulence. This is why England has become so wealthy and is still in the process of becoming richer and richer. It has not much to do with South African gold mines, it has not much to do with hard-working farmers. It's the outcome of a fundamental change in the social structure of workplaces all over the country. It is the consequence of a fundamental sociological change. The first thing that contemporary readers will be reminded of when they read those pages is that the work in such a factory must be very boring, to say the least, for those who work in the factories. We, of course, are immediately reminded of what Karl Marx called alienated labor, the kind of work where the repetitive task of the proletarian laborer has become completely detached from the finished end product. Those workers do not derive any kind of pride from their work. They may not even know what the product that comes out of the factory actually looks like. Adam Smith, writing some 70 years before Marx, was not unaware of that problem. In fact, he says that somebody who has to perform the same task over and over again, month after month, may become, and I quote him, as stupid and as ignorant as it is possible for a human being to become. He even thought about ways to offer factory workers some kind of education to compensate for the monotony of their work. But for Smith, the most important outcome of the rise of productivity was what he called the universal opulence, which extends itself to the lowest ranks of the people. Adam Smith sincerely believed that everybody would profit from the new wealth. The rich, of course, will become richer, but the poor will also become richer. Or to quote him, a general plenty diffuses itself through all the different ranks of society. Of course, this also has been contested by Karl Marx, who wrote that the profits go to the capitalist entrepreneurs and that the workers are exploited and impoverished. That brutal image of, on the one hand, the appropriation of the surplus by the owners of the factories and on the other hand, the pauperization of the workers, that image is far removed from the more harmonious world of Adam Smith. Adam Smith applauds enthusiastically the rising productivity, the growing wealth that leads to more beautiful cities, more theaters, broader avenues, elegant concert halls, better universities. In short, according to him, it leads to an advance in civilization. Fundamentally, the sociological view of Adam Smith is optimistic, radiating the happy glow of the Enlightenment. It's not difficult to criticize Adam Smith as over-optimistic, but let's not forget that he wrote his book at a moment when the process of industrialization was at its very first stages and that its darker sides were not yet as clear as in the days of Charles Dickens 1 century later. Adam Smith was in fact very early with his penetrating thoughts about the changing structure of the manufacturers, because that phenomenon was of only a very recent date. It took a detached researcher, an outsider, a university professor who was interested in the mundane world of pin factories to discover the principles of the new productivity. One thing that Smith noticed but did not elaborate on was the fact that the new division of labor created tasks that were so simple that an unschooled worker, yes, even a child, could perform them. The dexterity that those tasks demand is acquired on the job, and anyone can learn it in only a few days' time. That is something that Smith noticed, but he did not devote his attention to one of the consequences. When the owner of the manufacturer is not dependent on the craftsmanship of his laborers, when replacing one laborer for another is the easiest thing to do, then the power relation between the employer and the employee changes a little bit in favor of the boss. That became a theme in the sociological research into labor relations in the 19th and in the 20th century. And you could safely say that it is still a very important issue today. In the second chapter of his beautiful book, Adam Smith tries to explain the origin of the division of labor. It is not the result of human wisdom, he says. Nobody planned it, nobody foresaw its beneficial effects. Smith believes that it naturally grew out of an earlier principle that can only be found in human societies, a principle that he calls the human propensity to truck, barter and exchange one thing for another. This argument is rooted in a more general image of man, a view of human nature that is characteristic of the Scottish moral philosophers such as Adam Ferguson and Adam Smith. Human beings are social through and through. They cannot survive in isolation. They can only live in groups, in hordes, in tribes, in collectivities. Human beings are fundamentally interdependent. When you send one specimen away into the desert, he or she will probably die, because we are essentially social creatures, bound to each other with all kinds of ties. We cannot survive without the assistance of other human beings, but we also cannot count on the benevolence of our fellow humans. So that is a key problem in human societies, and how do we solve that problem? It is at this place in his book that Smith introduces the butcher, the brewer and the baker. As I just explained, those three specialists who take care of what we eat and drink can be very reliable, but only if we appeal to their self-interest. They are willing to bake the bread, to brew the beer, but only if we offer them something that is valuable for them in return. And so human beings are glued together by trade. They exchange one thing for another. They buy and they sell. They bring objects into the marketplace. One guy, Adam Smith says, may have a talent for making bows and arrows. Another one is good at constructing huts and tents. And when they exchange those items that they so diligently produce, they are stimulated to continue the process of specialization. This is how human societies are structured. This is also how they become more and more differentiated. Each member of the group becomes a specialist in producing one type of thing or one type of service. But in the end, everybody receives everything that he or she needs as a result of what Smith calls this human propensity to truck, barter and exchange. The extremely detailed division of labor that we can observe in contemporary manufactures, such as the modern pin factory, is the present-day manifestation of this general principle that has governed the human species since it appeared on the face of the earth. It has often been noticed that this argument bears a certain resemblance to 20th century exchange theories and rational actor theories. And it is true that this stress on exchange and on well-understood self-interest can also be noticed in those more recent theoretical approaches. But I am personally more impressed by the similarity between the view of Adam Smith of human nature and the figurational sociology of Norbert Elias, whose ideas we will discuss at the end of this course. Elias always starts from the premise that human beings are mutually interdependent, that it is a methodological error to conceptualize the human individual as an entity that can exist all on its own without any contact with other humans. In the fall of 1970, I had the privilege to follow at the University of Amsterdam a series of lectures by Norbert Elias, who was then not as famous as he is today, and one of his lectures was devoted to Adam Smith. And then it became very clear that our professor felt a deep intellectual kinship with Adam Smith. He spoke about him as if Adam Smith was a contemporary, a friend, a professor who could just, step into the lecture hall and add some thoughts to what Elias had already said about his ideas. And I must say that was a very important moment for me, because I felt this is the way to present an author that has passed away centuries ago and whose thoughts are still so alive today. Interdependent human beings are exchanging things for other things, and in that process they tend to specialize. They become experts in the production of one type of object that can be exchanged against all those other objects that they need. This is how the early forms of the division of labor began to develop. In the course of time, this division of labor becomes more stabilized. It conquers new territories. In this connection, Adam Smith, almost in passing, surprises the reader with a very interesting idea. He says that in many cases, the different talents that people exploit in their different professions are not so much the cause as the effect of the division of labor. That he is referring to social stratification here and to social inequality becomes clear when he gives as an example the dissimilarity between, on the one hand, the philosopher, and on the other hand, what he calls the common street porter. He means the man who carries the luggage for travelers. He wonders about how similar the two of them must have looked when they were both young kids. For the first 6 or 8 years of their life, he says, they were very much alike. Their parents or the friends they played with didn't notice much difference. But then the division of labor began to do its differentiating work. And one of them was sent to the university and became a professor, and the other one embarked upon a career that ended in carrying the luggage for other people. And then, at the end of that process, Smith says, the arrogant professor does not acknowledge any resemblance anymore. And that is an interesting thought coming from a professor, Adam Smith, who was already during his lifetime very, very famous. It seems as if he wants to say here, if I was born in the cradle of that common street porter, I might have ended as somebody carrying the bags of other people, and had he been born in another place, then he might have become the university professor. The division of labor is not the outcome of the different talents of human beings. It is in many cases the breeding ground for different careers that lead to the development of different talents. In older theories, social stratification is often explained by pointing at the different talents that people possess. And, you know, people say some are physically strong, but not too clever, and others are intellectually well endowed, etc., etc. And that is what explains the social distance between the different ranks of society, to quote Adam Smith, the differences in power and in wealth. But Adam Smith here goes in the opposite direction. He says people are born into a society with a certain pre-existing division of labor, and their social location in that stratified social universe determines in many cases the talents that they will develop later on in life. Smith goes even so far here as to say that human beings differ less from one another than the different breeds of dogs. To quote him again, by nature, a philosopher is not in genius and disposition half so different from a street porter as a mastiff, that's a kind of dog, is from a greyhound, and a greyhound from a spaniel. When my students read those lines, they are often surprised. They thought that Adam Smith was this die-hard liberal, admired by many conservative thinkers, and here he says that the man who is carrying the suitcases for the famous professor was not so different from that professor after all. Sometimes one of my students says, "But sir, this is so unfair. Isn't it a terrible injustice that that street porter never could develop his talents because, you know, he was born at the wrong side of the train tracks? Whereas the guy who is born with a silver spoon in his mouth is given every opportunity, even if he happens to be not extremely talented." Interesting point, but Adam Smith does not draw that conclusion. There is no hint of indignation in this paragraph. He just observes it as an interesting fact. He doesn't suggest that this is a flaw, that we should do something to remedy it. And yet, the paragraph tells us a lot about the detached sociological scholar, and also about this friendly man filled with sympathy, even empathy. I can see him climbing out of his coach in Paris, walking behind a man who is carrying his suitcases. He looks at his back, he notices the holes in his coat, and he realizes that this man, who seems to be of his age, might have become a famous professor in moral philosophy had he been born in a different social location. Let's not forget, this is the second half of the 18th century. The French Revolution is not so far away. Teachers often say in an apologetic way, "Sorry guys, there's so much more to tell you about Adam Smith, but hey, end of class." Maybe they say that because in the back of their head they can feel the presence of a competitive colleague, a specialist, who criticizes that they didn't treat this interesting subject or that interesting subject in Adam Smith. But in this case, I have restricted myself to what Smith tells us in the very first pages of his masterpiece. And of course I know that there is so much more, but I think it's enough to give you an idea of his way of reasoning, and it's also in those pages that you encounter the hard core of ideas that remained very influential in the social sciences in the centuries to come. Here I want to say just a few words about the question, how can we explain that this Scottish moral philosopher developed those very interesting and important ideas about modern industrial society? Those characteristics of the new socio-economic world were still barely visible, but Adam Smith, with the eyes of an eagle, zoomed in on them and captured them in phrases that were so crystal clear that now everybody could notice them. How did he do it? Well, in sociology, we have this tendency to first look at the social context, the economic influences, the intellectual influences, the political situation. And, let me just start by saying something that is not very sociological. Adam Smith was a genius. Period. It doesn't explain much, but this is where we should begin. When you talk about Johann Sebastian Bach, who was a contemporary of Mandeville, or about Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, who was a contemporary of Adam Smith, you should never lose out of sight that the brains of those men are wired in a very, very special way. But it is also important to remember that Smith lived and worked in Scotland under very peaceful circumstances, not bothered by censors or by bigots who tried to hinder the publication of books or the dissemination of certain ideas, as was the case with many of his contemporaries who suffered from governments that did not allow the freedom of the press. Of course, the things he describes had become visible. A good observer could notice the rise of the new manufactures, the new ways to divide and subdivide labor in more efficient ways. But it certainly helped that Adam Smith himself did not own a pin factory, did not work as a laborer in a pin factory. In fact, he had nothing to do with pins. It's hard to notice a mechanism when you stand too close to it. One has to take a certain distance, be reflexive, compare the phenomenon with other things, walk, so to speak, around it to notice its peculiarities. And for his income, Adam Smith depended on the university, on the government, sometimes even on the financial support of private persons, but he did not depend on the profits from those manufacturers that he studied, that helped him in becoming the detached analyst who discerned connections that nobody else had theorized before. But there is something else. This famous professor of moral philosophy, who writes about the ideas of great thinkers such as Voltaire and Rousseau, takes the reader by the hand and leads him into the workspace where 10 pin makers are doing their job. He tries to share with his readers his enthusiasm about the clever inventions that make the machines work more efficiently, inventions that he believes the workers came up with all on their own. He writes in a very respectful way about the kind of people that were looked down upon in this stratified society where the professor in his vanity doesn't see any resemblance with the common street porter. Just like the authors of the French Encyclopédie, and of course inspired by them, this man, who was the advisor of the members of the political and the economic elite, wants to find out how the process of pin making is exactly organized. What we see here is the melting of two realms of knowledge. On the one hand, the abstract theoretical knowledge of the professor, the philosopher, the proto-economist, the proto-sociologist. And on the other hand, the everyday knowledge of the common people who work in the factories, their dexterity, their practical insights, their clever inventions. When those two complexes of knowledge are merged, the theories and the pedestrian empirical data, when the separation is lifted between the high-class knowledge that is taught in universities and the low-class knowledge that the workers in the manufacturers share, then we see the appearance of a new kind of knowledge. We witness the rise of modern social science. Auguste Comte is one of the most interesting thinkers in this course. That at least is my conviction, but I'm afraid that I'm in a minority position here. All sociologists admire Durkheim and Weber, but many think that Comte is a bit of a maverick. Although, of course, we owe him our gratitude for coming up with the word sociology. But there are at least 3 reasons why I believe that Comte can still teach us important things. First of all, he theorizes about something that we all experience today. We live in an age where the scientific view of the world becomes more important every day and where religious interpretations are more and more contested, often because of what modern science teaches us. And Comte wondered what the sociological consequences might be of this development, this process of, as it is called today, secularization, that can be noticed already and that he did notice already 200 years ago. Comte developed different ideas about this, and sometimes he seems to be not very consistent, but his suggestions are always interesting and thought-provoking. Comte sometimes seems to be a real descendant of the Enlightenment philosophers of the 18th century. One is reminded of them when one reads, for example, that we live today in a period where the positivist, and he means with that the scientific way of interpreting the world around us, has become dominant, and that the theological, he means the religious way of understanding the world, has become old-fashioned, outdated, outmoded. But when you begin to think that this is the view of an atheist thinker, you come across another argument where he suggests, for example, that the Catholic religious worldview produced in medieval France a kind of intellectual consensus that also worked as social cement, and that we cannot be certain whether modern science will fulfill that integrative function for contemporary society. Those arguments are not outdated at all. They are, of course, about French society in the 30s of the 19th century, but we still struggle with them today. The stressful relationship between, on the one hand, religious knowledge and on the other hand, scientific knowledge, that has not become less interesting or less important. You could even say this is one of the most important issues in the world today. It's not a very risky prediction to say that it will remain an important topic for a very long time to come. The second reason why I think that Comte is worthwhile is that he tries to understand how scientific knowledge slowly but surely emerged out of pre-existing religious knowledge, which implies that the religious imagination is a necessary precondition for scientific knowledge to develop. Our contemporary scientific insights are constructed upon ideas that started off their life as religious worldviews, without empirical proof, unfounded conjectures. And that is a sociological observation that is far removed from the world of, for example, Voltaire. Comte believes that scientists do not develop their ideas in a fight against religious delusions, but by extending and amending and thoroughly testing ideas that came into the world as religious revelations. My third reason to believe that Comte is still so relevant for us today is that this philosopher recognized for the first time that the division of labor between the different sciences, although it has its advantages, of course, also has important disadvantages. The ongoing differentiation between the sciences makes it hard to keep an eye on the relationship between the sciences. We tend to lose sight of the whole. And if we want the sciences to fulfill functions that once were fulfilled by the well-integrated religious vision of the Holy Church, then we should try to construct a well-rounded scientific vision integrating all the different scientific discoveries in the different scientific specializations. But what actually happens, Comte believes, is just the opposite. Science seems to fall apart in unrelated branches and disciplines. What we need, according to Comte, in the first place, is a kind of model that helps us to understand how all these sciences are related to each other. Comte set himself the task to do just that. Comte believed that human history is propelled forward by human ideas. For example, by new scientific inventions, intellectual breakthroughs, more generally speaking, a series of radical changes in how we interpret the world around us. When you compare Comte to Marx, the difference is striking. Marx, who is often called a materialist thinker, starts from the premise that human history is moved forward by changes in the way we produce the goods that we need in order to survive, like food, shelter, and the clothes we wear. Comte could be called an idealist in the sense that he thinks that human history is pushed forward by the transformations in the realm of human ideas, a fundamental change in how we interpret reality. But on closer inspection, the oppositions between these two grades of the sociological history are less clear. Because Comte was aware of the social conditions underlying the intellectual changes, positivism could not develop without the rise of the industrial society. Nevertheless, the way Comte looks at the social world is in many ways the negative of what we see from the position where Marx is standing. For Comte, societies are integrated first and foremost, not by the mode of production as Marx would have it, but by their position in the long-term development of human ideas, the process that he describes as the law of the three stages, or the law of the three states of mind, la loi des trois états. I suppose that you have already heard about that famous piece of Comtean theory. In the first stage, people interpret the world around them in a religious way, which is why Comte calls it the theological stage. Then the human mind develops into the philosophical stage. Comte calls it the metaphysical stage, and finally we witness the rise of the scientific way to interpret the world, and that is what he calls the positive stage, or the age of positivism. This is, a little bit of classical theory that sociology students all over the world have to learn by heart and should be able to reproduce in their exams. But what exactly does it mean? Comte belongs to that kind of theorists who love threefold divisions. Everywhere in his book he divides phenomena into a model of three different classes. But I do have the feeling that the theory about the three stages is in its essence a theory about two stages only. The religious way of looking at the world and the scientific way of looking at the world, with his metaphysical phase as a kind of, transitional period. The important point here is that in phase one, people hope to find answers for their deep metaphysical questions. Why are we here? Who made the universe? Where do we come from? Where do we go to? Is there a life after death? Religious doctrines answer those questions, and the priests repeat those answers again and again in their sermons, and the children have to learn them by heart in catechism classes. But in the third and final stage, where the scientific spirit begins to dominate our intellectual quest, people, according to Comte, simply accept the fact that many of those broad questions simply cannot be answered, and that we should content ourselves by finding answers to questions that can be put into a testable, a researchable form. The metaphysical second phase can then be seen as a transitional phase, because in that period people still want to have their very general questions answered, but they do not refer to the intervention of one or more gods anymore. They try to come up with what you could call pre-scientific conjectures. For example, the hypothesis that a certain substance that the human senses cannot register glues the whole universe together. You could say that Comte's law of the three stages through which all human knowledge has to pass is a movement into the direction of intellectual modesty. The human race discovers that many of their most pressing questions cannot be answered and may never be answered. But then again, there are a lot of very important questions and interesting questions that we can and will try to answer with the help of science. Comte believes that we should found our knowledge on rock bottom, the absolute certainty of tested, doubly tested, triply tested, hard scientific evidence, uncontested facts. And that is why he used the word positive. You know, when you ask an English-speaking person whether they are really sure, they may say, I am positive. And that means something like, there's not the slightest doubt in my mind. I am 100% certain of this. I am positive. That is what Comte believed was the case with contemporary scientific generalizations. They are not based upon religious revelations, unfounded belief. They are built on rock-solid empirical evidence, knowledge that can be checked and checked again. Positive knowledge. We, today, postmodern relativists as we are, may have our doubts and our hesitations about those certainties of Comtean positivism. But if you want to understand Comte, if you really want to enter his world, forget those subtleties and try to accept, albeit for the time being, his proud claim that science offers us interpretations that are based on facts, facts beyond reasonable doubt. Comte believed that today we live in a time of crisis. Well, we contemporary readers in the 21st century recognize that thought, but don't forget that Comte worked in the city of Paris at the beginning of the 19th century that was really in a very unstable situation. On the one hand, you had those who believed that the project of the French Revolution had not yet been finished, and that there still was a lot of work to do in bringing about more freedom, more equality, and also more democracy. On the other hand, there were conservatives who had been appalled by much of what had happened during and also in the aftermath of the French Revolution, and who were not at all convinced that the human intervention in the vulnerable fabric of French society had produced anything positive. They dreamed about a return to the time-tested institutional arrangements of the past, the norms and values of good old France, the Ancien Régime. Those two political camps opposed each other, not only in parliament or in the newspapers, but from time to time also in the streets of Paris, where barricades were erected and where a kind of repetitions of the French Revolution took place on a somewhat smaller scale, but resulting in an ever-changing balance of power between the inheritors of the spirit of the French Revolution and their conservative or even reactionary opponents. That is really a deep structural crisis, and Comte witnessed it, and according to him, it was ultimately the result of a crisis in the intellectual realm. Comte thought that a well-ordered society must be integrated by a unifying set of ideas, a kind of integrative consensus. Medieval France, he thought, had been well integrated because the Catholic Church gave each and every member of that society a set of ideas about the world, moral codes, ethical goals worth striving for, ideas that united everybody into an organic structure. But today we witness how this religious source of unity loses its grip on the people. We experience now, Comte believes, every day the symptoms of a crisis. And what lies beneath those phenomena, that is the fact that, parts of the population are still devout Catholics, their minds are in the state of theological thinking. Other groups interpret the world in a pre-scientific way, their minds are in the metaphysical stage. And then there are, of course, a kind of avant-garde people containing many men who play an important role in the scientific world or in the industrial world, and they are the positivist thinkers. And the problem today is that the scientific ideology doesn't yet reign supreme. In fact, all these different types of interpretation coexist, and that creates social chaos. When there is confusion in the intellectual sphere, the entire society is in turmoil. Now, Comte, when he was still young and worked as the secretary of the philosopher Henri de Saint-Simon, who, by the way, developed many of the ideas that today we ascribe to Comte, when Comte was young, he believed that the best scientists in France should get together, create a new scientifically founded system of ideas that might serve as a foundation for the new intellectual social harmony, a bit comparable to what the Catholic Church had done for medieval society. But when Comte discovered that the scientists were not very interested in such an enterprise, then he set himself the task to present, first in a series of lectures, later in an ambitious series of books, an overview of the state of scientific knowledge in his own day and age. And that became his famous book called Course on the Positive Philosophy, published in Paris in 7 volumes in the years stretching from 1830 to 1842. By the way, the 4th volume of that series appeared in 1838, and that was the book where you could find the word sociology in print for the very first time. It has been said that Comte may have been the last member of the human species who could survey all the scientific knowledge of his own time and write authoritatively about such fields of study as mathematics, physics, biology, in a way that the specialists of those days recognized as a good panoramic view of what was going on in their field of study. Today, such a task would be impossible. Let's admit it, even in Comte's day, it was an extraordinary accomplishment. But then again, this ambitious philosopher with his encyclopedic knowledge loved a challenge. In his Cours de philosophie positive, the course on positive philosophy, Comte presented a well-ordered list of all the sciences, starting with the most fundamental and independent science and ending with the most encompassing science, the one that was entirely dependent on all the other sciences. The foundational science, the uncontested basis of everything else, was mathematics. The science crowning the list, the science that depended most on all the other sciences, was sociology. And in between, from the bottom to the top, Comte discerned astronomy, physics, chemistry, biology. The sciences that are located lower on that ladder are less complex than the sciences that you find high on the ladder. And that is why he calls it a hierarchical classification. This is his law of the classification of the sciences, from simple to complex, from general to specific, from independent to dependent. And the science on top of his construction, sociology, is therefore the most dependent science. It needs all the other sciences. It lacks the generality of, for example, mathematics. But because it is the science that we find at the highest floor of his building, he calls it the queen of the sciences. And of course, later sociologists have been very grateful with that expression. In this way, Kant tried to bring intellectual order in what seemed to many to be a hodgepodge of scientific branches and sub-branches. For the first time, a scientist drew a map on which you could locate the main sciences and indicate who influences who and in what ways. There was, according to Kant, another important difference between the sciences, and that is the speed with which they pass through the different stages, starting from the theological way of thinking and eventually all arriving at last in the positivist phase. According to Kant, the lower level sciences, such as mathematics and physics, arrive earlier in the positivist stage than the more complex sciences, such as sociology. In this way, Kant, who had started out his career as an engineer, built a kind of bridge between his law of the three stages and his law of the classification of the sciences. What he says here is very interesting. He seems to imply that, there is a kind of cultural lag between the sciences, some of them moving fast, while others are staying behind for a longer time. When in physics, scientific research is well developed, sociology may still be in the metaphysical stage. Kant believed that today we live in a society where some fields of study, such as physics and chemistry, have become very scientific, whereas sociology still has a very long way to go. When I read those words for the first time, I was reminded of National Socialism in Europe in the 30s and the 40s of the 20th century, because the scientists who worked for the Nazi regime were very advanced when it came, for example, to developing missiles that could fly to London and deliver their lethal load in the heart of the city. But when it came to explaining why Germany was in a crisis situation socially and economically, the Nazis fell back on a kind of scapegoat theory that worked well in the Middle Ages. Everything that goes wrong is the fault of the Jews, so if only we could get rid of them, then the health of the nation would be restored. You could say that in Nazi Germany, the sociological interpretation of what was going on in the country was filled with pre-scientific superstition, whereas the natural scientists belonged to the best in the world. So in a way, Kant helps us to better understand that the coexistence of two realms of thought that differ so strikingly in their scientific rigor is what made National Socialism so dangerous, so deadly. Kant believed that social harmony could only be achieved if there is intellectual harmony. And that will only happen when all the sciences have at last entered the phase of positivism. The process is in fact completed when the last one, sociology, has arrived in the final stage of the development and has become a completely positivist enterprise. And then the new scientific knowledge has to be distributed. Everybody should be taught what modern science can learn mankind. In the end, everybody has to accept the encompassing new scientific vision of the world. By giving his lectures and by writing his books and his articles, Kant himself wanted to contribute personally to that development. In the beginning of his book, Course on the Positive Philosophy, Comte confronts the reader with a kind of riddle. He says that in order to develop a good theory, one has to observe the hard facts. Science has to be built on positive knowledge, uncontested knowledge about what actually is the case, and every description of reality must always start from unbiased, straightforward observations. You could call this the creed of inductivism. One has to begin with observing reality with an open eye, unprejudiced, oblivious of what one wants to see or hopes to see. That is how science begins. But now Comte comes up with a serious problem. He says, when you have no theoretically founded indication of what to watch out for, you cannot observe anything at all. Without any kind of guidance, just the slightest suggestion of what to pay attention to, you are doomed to remain blind. You can only observe something if you have a theoretically founded expectation of what you might find. So this is his riddle. When observation without theory is impossible, and when a theory must always be founded on observations, how can we ever get out of this trap? How did the human mind escape from this paralyzing situation? Or, to quote from Comte, thus, between the necessity of observing facts in order to form a theory and having a theory in order to observe facts, the human mind would be entangled in a vicious circle. How to solve that problem? And this is in fact why Comte has come up with this idea of the theological stage in human thinking. Mankind has of necessity to begin its journey towards scientific knowledge with an interpretation that is not founded on observation, but that is the outcome of a hunch, a conjecture, maybe a religious revelation. When we have developed such an unfounded theory about the world, then the members of later generations may begin to use that idea to better observe the world around them, to test that idea and maybe to falsify it or to transform it into something that is not so easy to falsify. In fact, when I read Comte here, I see in him the precursor of that 20th century philosopher of science, Sir Karl Popper, who said that we always have to begin with bold conjectures that we then try to refute. Science starts with somebody who has an unfounded, maybe brilliant, spectacular, illuminating new idea, something that he cannot prove at all. And then comes the task of collecting the empirical data that may falsify the new insight or not yet. Comte has been described as an inductivist, somebody who believes that in science we first have to collect our data, an enormous mountain of well-observed facts, and then, after that, we can begin to develop our theory. Comte, the man who gave us positivism, is often seen as a rather naive inductivist, an old-fashioned inductivist, typical of the period in which he lived, and I hope that I have made clear now that this is not quite true. Comte, even in the very first pages of this book, where he summarizes his own theoretical approach, has something more interesting to say, something that cannot be labeled as inductivism or deductivism. What he stresses is that collecting facts without a theory to guide you is impossible, and therefore we need something to begin with. And that is why Comte believes that religious interpretations of the world have served a very important goal in the past. It is only out of those theological worldviews that mankind could develop modern scientific theories. Had the priests not broken this vicious circle, scientific knowledge might never have come off the ground. The human species today would have been as blind and helpless as it was 10,000 years ago. So in a strange way, Comte admired religious thought, and this became much more evident in the latter part of his life and of his work. Sociologists who do not want to be associated with Comte and who consider him a bit of a maverick, as I just indicated, have good reasons to keep their distance from the man who gave us the word sociology. Later on in his life, Comte became a little bit strange. I have to admit that my students are taken aback when I tell them that Comte, later on in his tormented life, arrives at the conclusion that mankind now needs a completely new kind of religion and that he, Auguste Comte, was to become the high priest of that new church. The older Comte became disillusioned with what science could achieve, and he returned to a kind of Catholic religion, but he sketched a modern version of it, adapted to the age of science and of industrialism, a religion that was not the enemy of science, but more a kind of complement. Science, Comte said, is all about the intellect, about rationality. But my own brand new religion is about emotion. It is about the universal love that can never be proved by any scientist, but that the human race cannot do without. The students in my lecture hall begin to laugh a little when I tell them that Comte even worked on a calendar with days devoted to the saints of humanity, not the saints of the Christian calendar of the Catholic Church, but scientists such as Copernicus or James Watt, great philosophers such as David Hume and also Adam Smith, even holy artists like Shakespeare, Goethe and Mozart. And my students laugh a little bit louder when I also tell them that the elderly Comte devoted his time to designing the clothes, the robes of the clergy of his church. He even wrote a positivist catechism, a little book that children should study in order to become familiar with the principles of his church, the Church of Humanity. The further development of that Comtean religion, the impact it had, strangely enough, in the country of Brazil, that is quite another story. It's an interesting topic, but I don't have time to do that here. If you want to know more about that, you can go to the internet and find all kind of interesting information. And if you happen to visit Paris, by the way, you might go to a small museum there in the house where Comte lived. Number 10, Rue Monsieur le Prince, just a 5 minutes walk from metro stop Odéon, and you will find all kind of other interesting information. But what I find important in this peculiar life story is that it seems to be the reflection of a dilemma that we all have to struggle with. Comte was not the only sociological thinker who believed that human societies need some kind of religion to create a certain social unity, an emotional and intellectual consensus that lays the foundations for structural unity. Early on in his life, Comte believed that the theological way of looking at the world had become outdated, an antiquity. Science now fulfills the functions that once were fulfilled by religion. But when he became older, he distanced himself a little bit from that position, and he began to acknowledge that religion still serves important functions in stabilizing societies, even today. But he was also convinced that modern industrialized societies need another kind of religion than agrarian societies. And he believed that the Catholic Church lacked the kind of flexibility to adapt itself to the new exigencies. So what should be done? Now, Comte had been brought up to become an engineer, and he just did what you would expect an engineer to do under those circumstances. He constructed meticulously and with an eye for every detail, his own brand of religion, a kind of do-it-yourself Catholicism. Of course, that is a very strange road to take, but it is the consequence of his own line of reasoning. And Comte was not the kind of man to shy away from the consequences of his own reasoning. When one studies this fascinating life, one may wonder why Comte's students or his fellow professors never pointed out to him that now he really took a very strange direction. But Comte had no students. He had an audience of admirers. Comte did not have critical fellow professors who put question marks in the margins of his manuscripts. Because Comte was never affiliated with the university, he practiced sociology when that discipline was not yet taught inside the walls of the Sorbonne University. The disadvantage of working in the pre-institutionalized stage of sociology is that you lack the critical forum of colleagues who tell you about the weaknesses in your argument. This, by the way, is something that was noticed by Louis Koser in his beautiful book Masters of Sociological Thought. The case of Comte makes clear that science is a collective effort. When an isolated thinker tries to contribute to science without a critical sounding board, he might easily be led astray, following the drumbeat of his own music. Let me return to Comte's masterpiece, the course on positive philosophy. I restrict myself to his best work, not so much to defend him, but because in his earlier work he is so much more interesting and relevant than in what he wrote later on in his life. In the hierarchy of the sciences, Comte makes an interesting division, a dichotomy between two types of sciences. The sciences at the bottom of his scheme are the sciences that study objects that are completely separate from one another. But the two sciences on top of his list, biology and sociology, study objects that are interrelated, organized, structured. The cells of the biologist and the human beings of the sociologist can only be observed in large structures, and we have to study those structures if we want to understand the small particles that compose them. Comte presents it as a kind of methodological rule. If you want to be successful as a physicist, you begin with the smallest object you can find, the atoms, and from there you try to construct larger and larger entities. You must start with the part in order to understand the whole. But it doesn't work well if you try to understand living bodies or social entities. The sciences of biology and sociology share the fact that they just work the other way around. In order to understand the part, one has to start with the whole. If you want to understand how the heart works in a human body, you begin by studying the entire body, and then you try to find out what contribution the heart makes to the health of the body as a whole. If you want to understand the role of the church in a certain society or the role of the bishop in that church, you must begin by studying the entire society, and then you can find out what contributions to that society come from the religious institutions, and within that institution what the role of the bishop may be. So you always start with the whole, and then you zoom in on the parts. Now that is an interesting idea. First of all, we see here an early example of what is called organicism in social thought. Comte places biology close to sociology because in both sciences we pay attention to what contribution the part makes to the whole. How does the heart pump our blood through our body, transporting, for example, oxygen to the brain? In a similar fashion, the sociologist wants to know what contribution the economic institutions, for example the manufacturers of Adam Smith, make to the wealth of the nation as a whole. Later on in the 19th century, and especially in the work of Herbert Spencer, who we will not discuss here in this course, but he's a very interesting author in his own right, this organicist metaphor became more and more important. And in Comte you can already feel that tendency when he isolates biology and sociology from all the other sciences, because he says they work in the same way. They work from the whole to the part. But more importantly, Comte here is a precursor of functionalism, because in essence these are typically questions of a functionalist sociologist who wants to know what functions does religion fulfill, what functions does the political subsystem fulfill, what functions does the family fulfill in contributing to the well-being, to the equilibrium of the whole social system of which they are a part. In that terminology we can also rephrase what Comte had to say about religion himself. What functions does religion fulfill in modernity? And if the traditional religions fail to fulfill those functions today, can we then discover functional alternatives, maybe in the form of a brand new religion? One could even say that Comte's own brand of religion, the religion of humanity, the religion that he developed later on in his life, was a kind of functional alternative for the Catholic Church that, according to Comte, could not fulfill its functions anymore in modern society. The terminology of functionalism became a cornerstone in the theory of a famous French sociologist who admired Comte so much that he wanted a statue of Comte to be erected in front of the Sorbonne University. And that was, of course, Émile Durkheim. And he was successful. The statue can still be seen in the heart of Paris, not far away from where Comte lived. But more importantly, it was Durkheim's functionalism that became so important for 20th century sociology. And that functionalism was through and through inspired by Comte's early insights. So, Auguste Comte was the man who gave us the word sociology. As I already explained, he believed that another author had stolen his expression, la physique sociale, social physics, and that was the reason why he created a new word that nobody could use without paying homage to the man who had personally invented it, la sociologie. So the word sociology is, in a way, the outcome of a conflict about a priority claim. Intellectual ownership, copyright, until this very day it's a battlefield. Outside the world of science, of course, but also inside the world of science. But there is a bit more to it. By using from 1838 on in his books the word sociology, Comte made something else very clear. The new science of human societies was not just a new branch of physics, it was something different entirely. The approach of the science of physics that studies discrete and unorganized particles, according to Comte, could not and should not be applied to the study of human societies. In the science of sociology, the science that searches for the logic of the social world, we do our job in a very different way. We use another methodology. We approach our subject matter in a way that is different from what has been so successful in the natural sciences. Comte was not just the man who gave sociology its new name, he also was the philosopher of science who had a keen eye for what makes sociology very different, a science with its own field of study, of course, but also with its own approach to that field, even its own methods for collecting the data. Like the practitioners of the hard sciences, such as physics and chemistry, sociologists should, of course, use observation and experimentation as their methods. But that is sometimes very difficult and even impossible at times when you study human beings. And therefore, the method par excellence in sociology is the comparative approach, where we compare different societies that we find at one point in time, or we compare societies in the past with societies in the present. You can, for example, compare the structure of a certain society at different points in time in its history. Such an historical overview may enrich our understanding of human societies. This reliance on the comparative historical method is typical of the way sociology approaches its field of study. And it is one of the reasons why this science is so different from the other sciences and should not be seen as a subgenre within one of the existing sciences. Now here we see how Comte was one of the very first theorists who made a claim for the relative autonomy of the discipline, the science of sociology, to borrow an expression from Norbert Elias, relative autonomy. Maybe Comte was really the very first thinker who saw that we today are in need of a new type of science in order to study society. A science that is not patterned after the natural sciences, but that has its own way of collecting the data, its own methodology, its own explanatory principles, yes, even its own kind of theory. And again, Comte's innovative suspicion was only later elaborated, for example in the works of 20th century sociologists like Émile Durkheim in his book On the Rules of Sociological Method, or by Norbert Elias in his little book with the title What is Sociology? Comte's insistence that we should never forget the importance of the historical approach led to one sentence that is often referred to as one of his most famous maxims. In the Cours de philosophie positive, Comte wrote those words: "On ne connaît pas complètement une science tant qu'on n'en sait pas l'histoire." And every sociologist teaching the history of sociological thought loves to quote that phrase, and yes, so do I. You cannot completely understand the science if you don't know its history. In 2013, I retired from the sociology department of the University of Amsterdam. Reaching the age of 65 is considered here in the Netherlands sufficient reason for firing somebody on the spot. A crude case of ageism, if you ask me. On the day of the farewell party, my students offered me a present. Not the desktop computer, as is common, nor the ugly painting, but a vacation in the castle of Alexis de Tocqueville in Normandy, France. 1 week for my wife and me. So in October 2013, we spent 6 days in that beautiful chateau near the city of Cherbourg. Every morning I wrote my emails sitting behind Tocqueville's desk in his study room, and I must admit that I sometimes even rested my head on the pillow of the bed in which he was said to have slept. Of all the people that we discuss here, with the exception of course of Norbert Elias, Tocqueville is the author I like most. Sociological thinkers can be difficult to read. Think of Max Weber. They can be very cynical in their analysis. Mandeville is a good example. Sometimes they are fierce polemicists. Karl Marx is an illustration here. But Tocqueville is a very, very different kind of writer. He approaches his readers always in a friendly way. He never bullies them. That's not to say that he is not sometimes very adamant about an argument, but he doesn't hammer it in. He never uses rhetorical tricks. He tries to prove his point as well as he can, then leaving it up to the reader to decide whether he or she agrees with him or not. Tocqueville wants to find out how social and political institutions really work, but he doesn't suggest that he already has all the answers. This is a man who has no axe to grind. There is no spite or anger in his writings. So, when I discuss the ideas of Tocqueville in my class, I begin to smile. And that must have been what my students noticed and what prompted them to offer me those beautiful 6 days on the Tocqueville estate that, by the way, is still in the possession of the Tocqueville family. Americans pronounce his name as Tocqueville, but I will use the French pronunciation Tocqueville, not so much out of snobism, but simply because, that's the way I am used to talk about him. And like the French, I drop what they call the article, l'article. So I will not speak about de Tocqueville, but about Tocqueville. Now, Tocqueville has always been a household name amongst political scientists and historians. In political science classes, he is treated as one of their founding fathers because of what he had to say about the phenomenon of democracy, about political institutions. And in the history department, he is admired because of a book that we will not treat here in this course, and that is his book about the conditions leading up to the French Revolution of 1789. Sociologists have for a long time been a little bit reluctant to grant him entrance into the Hall of Fame of the great theorists of the past. But everything changed when in 1967 the French sociologist Raymond Aron published a watershed book. It was called Les Étapes de la Pensée Sociologique. It was translated into the English language as Main Currents of Sociological Thought, and it is still a very important and reliable study. In that book, Raymond Aron presented Tocqueville as an important precursor of modern sociological thought, a man who could be rightfully placed next to Comte, Marx, Weber and Durkheim. His chapter on Tocqueville was so convincing that from that moment on the French theorist belonged to the pantheon of sociology's greats. Tocqueville, like Adam Smith or like Karl Marx, never thought of himself as a sociologist or, for that matter, as a political scientist. He saw himself as a politician. He was a member of parliament and he even became France's Minister of Foreign Affairs. But he was a politician who loved to write interesting essays in his spare time. And later in his life, when he had completely retired from public life, it became his main occupation. But make no mistake, this modest amateur historian, amateur political scientist, amateur sociologist was one of the most brilliant social thinkers of the 19th century. Another reason why sociologists have embraced Tocqueville as one of their venerated precursors may be that the United States has become, over the past decades, the heartland of sociology, whether we European sociologists like it or not. The English language has become our lingua franca, as I am demonstrating here right now, a Dutch sociologist speaking to you from Amsterdam in my imperfect English. And as the United States dominates the discourse in the social sciences, it is to be expected that more attention is given to this French intellectual who took the boat to the US to study how the democratic system works on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. Until this very day, American intellectuals love to quote Tocqueville, who seemed to understand them even better than they understood themselves, at least 2 centuries ago, maybe even today. Tocqueville is not only an important name inside the social sciences and the humanities, he is also well known outside of the university. And one of the reasons is that he wrote so well. He wrote so well that interested readers could and still can follow his arguments whether they are educated at a university or not. And he is especially admired by conservative thinkers. And that is understandable, because he often writes about how the great cultural values and virtues that used to knit French society together have become contested under conditions of modernity. The fact that he was fascinated by those questions has a lot to do with his own social background, and I have to say a few words about that. Most early sociologists are middle-class men. When they have no relation with the university, they work as engineers or as freelance journalists, and sometimes they earn their money by giving lectures, as was the case with Comte, and they often find it hard to make ends meet. Think of the poverty in the family of Karl Marx. But Tocqueville is another case. He was an aristocrat. This was a member of the highest layers of society, born in a family with prestige and power and wealth. So the sociological view of Tocqueville, his perspective, is very different from what we are used to in sociology. This is not a man who looks at the people in power from the outside. This is an author who could analyze power from the inside, drawing on his own personal experiences. Many 19th century intellectuals, such as Karl Marx, were admirers of the French Revolution of 1789, when the privileges of the nobility were curbed in the name of freedom, equality and fraternity. But that kind of enthusiasm is conspicuously missing in the work of Tocqueville. The Tocqueville family had lost many of its members during the French Revolution. At birthday parties, little Alexis witnessed the moments when his uncles and his aunts burst into tears, remembering innocent relatives who had been decapitated. So Tocqueville certainly recognized the liberating aspects of a revolutionary transition, but his background, his temperament, show a much more careful evaluation of what happens in such a brutal and often bloody event. And one of the great things about democracy is, of course, that one ruling elite may be replaced by another one without bloodshed, without killing or wounding people. This aristocratic perspective is also evident when Tocqueville writes about democracy. Most of us are used to cheering democracy, but sometimes we may be taken aback when we read Tocqueville. In many contexts, he recognizes, of course, the advantages of democracy, but his approach is full of subtlety and nuance, and sometimes he asks difficult and penetrating questions, such as this one. In a system of majority rule, who will protect the minorities? In the aristocratic societies, persecuted minorities might find shelter, a safe haven, under the protection of a powerful segment of the ruling class. But what happens to threatened minorities when the people who win the elections are always dominant, always unchallenged? Where will they find shelter when they need to be protected? Another observation, it's also typical of this, aristocratic gaze, is that cultural values that were in former centuries in the safe hands of the aristocratic elite may now come under heavy fire in modern mass society. For example, people may ask, why should we spend money on orchestras? Why should we spend money on ballet groups when you can also use that same money to feed the hungry? Who will defend excellency in the arts, excellency in the sciences, when all the important decisions are made by the majority vote? And let's admit it, we who live in what George Ritzer would call a McDonaldized social world, we recognize sometimes in the observations of Tocqueville something rather prophetic. For a social thinker to be able to notice the darker aspects of the generally admired democratic system, it may be helpful to have internalized early on in life the habitus, the perceptual scheme of the old aristocratic class. No wonder then that conservative thinkers believe that Tocqueville is one of the most penetrating commentators of modernity. It is tempting to tell you all kinds of interesting things about the life of this rather adventurous man, but here I must restrict myself to just those few biographical facts that you need to know in order to situate the book that we will discuss here, On Democracy in America, De la démocratie en Amérique. After the revolution of 1830, Tocqueville, who had finished his law study, decided to work in the service of a government that was controlled by the progressives, backed by the new rising industrial middle class. In a way, this was a choice against his own family. Later he said that this was a black day. But he believed that the fundamental changes in French society are inevitable and that people from the old aristocratic classes, like himself, should offer their services in developing a new democratic France that retains some of the best elements from its feudal past. And then this young, ambitious lawyer was given a very interesting assignment. He was invited to study the penitentiary system in the United States and find out if there are aspects in the treatment of criminals over there that might be adopted in France. So, from May 1831 until February 1832, the 26-year-old Tocqueville and his friend Gustave de Beaumont traveled through the United States, visited prisons, talked to judges and lawyers and prepared their official government report. Back in France, they published the outcomes of their research in a book on the penal system in the United States and its applicability in France, and I can testify here that a copy of the first edition of that study is still in the drawer of his desk at the castle. But during that trip, Tocqueville had noticed and studied so much more than just courtrooms and prisons. And in 1835, he published the first volume of his two-volume masterpiece, On Democracy in America. That book was an instant success, and from that moment on, Tocqueville was a name to reckon with in Paris intellectual circles. The second volume of the book appeared in 1840. 1 year before, Tocqueville had become a member of parliament, representative of the district of Vologne, where the village of Tocqueville can be found. So his book is about democracy, or maybe it's better to say it is about a process of democratization, a development that unfolded in the United States so much quicker than in France that Tocqueville sometimes seems to think that a French visitor can see in the United States what the future has in store for France. There's a kind of futuristic ambition. Let us study the American democratic system, its assets, also its darker aspects, in order to better understand what lies ahead for us here in Europe and profit from that information. So democratization does not only refer to political processes. The change in politics is part of a more general movement into the direction of more equality between the members of society. The social conditions under which they live become more similar. The most striking inequalities between the social layers begin to dwindle away. People become more alike, not only in the economic realm, but also in their habits, in their lifestyle. In America, the differences are less flagrant than in France. For many people in the United States, there is this similarity in, for example, the schools they send their children to, the houses they live in, or even the punishments that they can expect when they have committed a crime. And Tocqueville says, although we here in France pride ourselves of living in the country of liberty and of equality, in the United States we can observe a degree of equality that we have not yet achieved in France. Well, that is to say, we are not there yet, but we may be moving in that same direction. Tocqueville observed social mobility, the possibility to move from one layer of the social ladder to another layer, in the upward direction and sometimes also downward. The Americans all hope that their children will climb the social ladder in what they see as the country of the great opportunities, but at the same time they are scared to death when they think of the possibility that their offspring will end up lower on that ladder. A society with a lot of social mobility offers opportunities, but it cannot guarantee the children of the rich that they will remain just as wealthy as their parents were. Modernity comes with a kind of fear of falling, and this was beautifully spelled out by Alain de Botton in a book aptly called Status Anxiety. Although I have not yet presented the ideas of Karl Marx, it may be helpful to compare his model of social stratification with Tocqueville's model. As we shall see, Marx tried to analyze modern societies as consisting essentially of two classes. Either you are a member of the proletarian class, of people who have no choice but to labor, or you belong to the capitalist class of people who earn their living by exploiting the members of the working class. Those are the two classes that now dominate the social world. The members of the middle classes, the small shopkeepers, the peasants, the school teachers, they are all doomed to fall down into the ever-growing class of proletarian factory workers. And in the end, we can expect a struggle between those two classes who have diametrically opposed and incompatible interests, bourgeoisie and proletariat. Now, in Tocqueville, we see a very different model of social stratification. It's more gradual. The differences between the social groups are not so clear-cut. It's easier to move from one class to another one. The separations between the social classes are not like walls made out of stone. They are like membranes. They are partly permeable. The middle class will not disappear. On the contrary, it will become more and more important. The members of the middle class begin to dominate social life, cultural life, the economy, the political arrangements. We live more and more in a middle-class society, Tocqueville believes. He doesn't see indications of polarization between the very rich and the very poor, where, the rich become richer and the poor become so desperately poor that, according to Marx, they have nothing to lose but their shackles. On the contrary, according to Tocqueville, revolutions will become very rare because everybody has a little bit of property to lose, and they are protective, of course, of what they own. Now, you may have noticed that each one of those early sociologists has a kind of keyword to lay bare the mechanisms of modernity. For Adam Smith, the keyword was, as you remember, the division of labor. In the case of Auguste Comte, the key to the riddle is the rise of the scientific worldview, attended by a process of secularization. Of course, Marx would focus on the fundamental transitions in the mode of production. But for Tocqueville, the key word here is democracy. Democratization, taken in its largest sense, the rise of a new kind of equality between the members of an ever-growing part of the population. That is what you should study in the first place if you want to really make sense of the fundamental changes in economic and cultural and political arrangements that we witness in contemporary society. According to Tocqueville, the trend towards equalization of the living conditions of people in the Western world can be traced back to the late Middle Ages, to the period of the Renaissance. In some societies of the Western world, this process has gone faster than in other societies, but this is the universal movement, and it is an irreversible movement. The French Revolution, with its curbing of the privileges of the rich and the mighty, was not at all the start of that process, as it is sometimes believed to be. It was nothing but a brief acceleration in a process that had already been underway for centuries. The rise of the new entrepreneurial middle class in France is the outcome of a process that was in the making for a long period of time. And now the results are there for all to see, not just in America, also in Europe. For example, in the industrial world, the relationship between the employer and the employee is more egalitarian than the feudal relationship between, for example, a landlord and a serf or a peasant. So this is a process that takes place everywhere, that cannot be halted. It may explain, by the way, why Tocqueville allied himself with the progressives, even though this choice did not quite correspond with his own temperament. Tocqueville was convinced that we today witness an inexorable tendency, and instead of opposing it in vain, we had better find out how to adapt to it, how to bend it in such a way that its potentially harmful outcomes can be avoided. You might ask, what is so dangerous about this movement towards greater equality? Isn't it a good thing when all kinds of privileges enjoyed in the past by a small elite now become available for a large part of the population? Isn't the grand ideal of social equality that we find on the facade of every French public school, every French town hall, liberté, égalité, fraternité, something that we all can easily sympathize with? Well, Tocqueville, and that may have to do with his aristocratic background, has a special sensitivity for the dangers attending this democratic tendency. I already mentioned the problem of how to protect threatened minorities, for example religious minorities, who may find it hard to maintain their position in a system with majority rule. How to defend the arts and the sciences if the majority is not interested in those expensive extras that we can easily do without. And Tocqueville, who was a lawyer, knew only too well that sometimes a majority of the population would like to severely punish a man whose guilt has not been proved beyond reasonable doubt. So what to do when majority rule turns into majority despotism? The fundamental problem behind all those examples is that there seems to be a kind of inherent irreconcilability between two ideals of the French Revolution, liberty and equality. Sometimes the drive for equality may stand in the way of freedom, and sometimes the defense of liberty is hard to combine with the quest for equality. And then there is that other deep social current that is like a twin brother of the process of democratization: centralization. That process is every bit as fundamental. It has also been visible over many centuries. It is also unstoppable. And in fact, centralization is intimately interrelated with the trend towards more democracy. When a wave of equality rolls over the land, many countervailing powers that in the past could stand up against the center are destroyed. And that is one of the characteristics of the French Revolution, when the prerogatives of the aristocracy were crushed, when the power of the Catholic Church was diminished, when the independent power of the cities outside of Paris was curtailed. where equality is on the rise, centralization follows in its wake, and the result is that the powers in the center, for example, the governmental, the administrative services in the capital of the country, become so overwhelming that the ordinary citizens begin to feel impotent. Who will listen to us, they ask? Who is interested in what we have to say? And that combination of a very powerful central government with a somewhat apathetic population, that is a recipe for the gradual dismantling of civil liberties. In the sphere of political democratization, Tocqueville has a very sharp eye for demagogy, the habit of politicians in search of power to please the populace, appealing to their prejudices, hoping to be elected or re-elected. In a monarchy, if you want to get ahead, you have to flatter the sovereign. That means you have to please the king or the friends of the king or his wife and maybe his mistress. But in a democratic society, the sovereign is the people. So when the elections are approaching, we can see, and Tocqueville describes this, but it is still true today. You can see that all of a sudden the democratic politicians can be seen at soccer matches, at pop concerts, and all of a sudden they are the biggest fans of a movie or a book that has been a commercial success. Tocqueville did not witness the rise of the radio and television or internet, but the mass media democracy that we are living in reminds you of some of the shrewd observations that Tocqueville made. What he tries to find out is how to steer that unstoppable process towards more equality in such a way that the civil liberties that we also cherish remain protected. And he believes that the Americans have found some solutions here, that they have pioneered some arrangements that the Europeans can learn from and that they can partly apply in their own country. Let us have a look at some of them. Tocqueville was worried about the process of centralization because it destroys countervailing powers. It lays too much power in the hands of the politicians in the center of the political network. In America, he marveled at the separation of powers between the legislative, the judiciary, and the executive branch. And of course, this was a French invention. This is the famous trias politica, the tripartite system that was championed by Montesquieu, whose work Tocqueville admired. But what struck this French intellectual was that the Americans not just talk the talk, but they walked the walk. Their judges are really independent. They don't follow political instructions. They jealously defend and protect their own relative autonomy. The President of the United States, of course, is a very powerful man. He preserves, protects and defends the Constitution, but he doesn't make the laws. And he is permanently controlled by Congress. And if he wants to be re-elected, he has to listen carefully to the people who voted for him. If you want to safeguard civil liberties in an egalitarian society, you need a completely free press. All the news that is fit to print, as it still says every day on the front page of the New York Times. All the news that's fit to print. No censorship, no government involvement in what journalists should or should not write. A free press is an independent force that the people in power now have to take very seriously when they are involved in machinations that do not endure the clear daylight, when they are corrupt, and sometimes that is the case in the world of politics, of course, then they have to fear the bloodhounds of the free press, who with their investigative journalism will try to track them down and will try to publish without mercy about their fraudulent behavior, and that may destroy their chances for re-election. Tocqueville was sometimes impressed by what we today would call grassroots politics. Ordinary people getting together and organizing a pressure group, a lobby group, in order to get something done. Let's say to have a school in their village. What they do is they put pressure on the local politicians. They threaten not to vote for them next time if they don't listen to their demands. And of course, a condition for that kind of behavior is the complete freedom of association. And that right of assembly is religiously respected in the USA. And that, according to Tocqueville, is a stark contrast to the practice in France. A multi-party system makes it even easier to lobby, because every politician is afraid that his voters will abandon him and vote for the opposition next time. And all those tricks of the political trade are already taught in a playful way in the schools where little American kids are taught their civil rights and also their civic duties. Grassroots politics is the heart and soul of the democratic system. It is the best way to fight the apathy that so often accompanies the process of centralization. In fact, local politics is the best antidote against the danger of an imbalance in power between the center and the periphery. One source of countervailing power that is still very important in America is religion. In France, Tocqueville says, the Catholic Church has gradually lost its powerful position in public life, and that has been taking place over a long period of time, with a spurt during the French Revolution. That process is still continuing, but what I see here in America is that the Christian churches are taken very seriously by the politicians and by their voters. The religious leaders are to be reckoned with, also in the political realm. They remind everybody, and that includes the men in political positions, of the deeper values, the moral foundations of their society. And, sometimes it's easy for a politician to temporarily ignore the ethical component of a political decision he wants to take. And at that moment, it's important that somebody reminds them of rethinking the proposals in terms of the fundamental values that may be at stake. And that is the task of the religious leaders. So far from criticizing the Americans for giving their ministers of the church such an important role in the public debate, Tocqueville applauds them for it. And also the federal system in America, where the power of the politicians in Washington is always circumscribed and limited by the power of the different states that vigorously defend their own autonomy vis-à-vis the federal government, is an instructive case of how to combine democratic equality with freedom. What it all amounts to is checks and balances, countervailing powers, institutional arrangements and cultural habits that counteract the tendency towards centralization. When politicians have to monitor the critical reactions of their voters, of the newspapers, of the churches, of other politicians working on other levels or in other branches of the system, then there is hope for a democratic practice that does not crush the freedoms of the individual citizen. And that is one of the lessons that we can learn from our friends across the ocean. In the second volume of his book, Tocqueville directs his attention at the sociological implications of the process of equalization. Here his arguments are more about the ideas and the feelings in a democratic society. Tocqueville has, for example, this very interesting idea that in a democracy, people believe in progress. They trust that history will calmly evolve in a way that will lead to more wealth, more happiness, less violence. And the reason is that in democratic societies, every individual can, in principle, reach the highest positions in society, regardless of the social class in which she or he was born. The example of Adam Smith is not true anymore. The son of the guy who has to carry other people's luggage now can become a professor if he is talented and if he works hard. This is an ideological position that we still can recognize in the United States today. It's called the American Creed or the American Dream. When many people believe that this is true for individuals, they begin to think that this also might be true for the collectivity, that the American people as a whole can climb the roads that lead to a brighter future. Equality suggests the idea of indefinite perfectibility. This is a very interesting thought because it is one of the first examples of a branch of sociological studies that later became known as the sociology of knowledge. Tocqueville here constructs a relationship between the structure of society, in this case a relatively flat system of social stratification, and the ideas that people strongly believe in. For example, their ideas about the future of society. In the 20th century, the sociology of knowledge was heavily influenced by the Marxist approach, where the economic infrastructure determines or conditions the world of ideas. But Tocqueville, who was Marx's contemporary, started from a different point of departure to develop a theory about the relation between social structure and intellectual constructions. Although the Americans believe in progress, they are, according to Tocqueville, not very enthusiastic about revolutionary change, although their country was created in a revolutionary struggle for independence. Tocqueville is convinced that revolutions will become rare in the United States. That is a bit unexpected, he admits, because this is a country where everything seems to be permanently in a state of rapid change. But Tocqueville has an interesting argument here. Revolutions take place when people suffer from social inequality. But when everybody has some small possessions that they protect carefully, and when there is not much to take from the others, then there is no revolutionary impulse. On the contrary, the large majority of the population, the middle-class people, are afraid of revolutions because they threaten their property. There is a very perceptive observation here. Tocqueville says that people who own some property, but not very much, stick to that little that they have with more fanaticism than the people who are extremely rich and who may even get bored with their huge fortune. So the members of the middle class just don't see what they could possibly win in a revolution, and they have a very sharp eye for what they might lose. But here Tocqueville makes a very important reservation. This is what he literally says. If ever America undergoes great revolutions, they will be brought about by the presence of the black race on the soil of the United States. That is to say, they will owe their origin not to equality, but to the inequality of condition. Tocqueville was not just angry about the racism that he witnessed, he was also very afraid of the terrible consequences it might have in the future. When I read those pages on the unlikelihood of revolutions, I'm constantly reminded of the sufferings of the Tocqueville family during the French Revolution. Tocqueville doesn't stress it in his book, but it is not too far-fetched to think that the fact that revolutions become less likely in a democracy was an element that had, for this author, a special significance. Democracy reduces the chance of innocent people being killed on a massive scale, and that is one of its advantages. We live in the 21st century, and it is instructive to discuss which ones of the many predictions that we find in Tocqueville's books have turned out to be correct and which ones went wrong. There are some very striking remarks about future developments, for example in the chapter where he says that two powers will become dominant in the world of tomorrow: Russia and the United States. Let me quote a few lines from the very last page of Volume 1. Today there are two great peoples on earth who, starting from different points, seem to advance toward the same goal. These are the Russians and the Anglo-Americans. Their point of departure is different. Their paths are varied. Nonetheless, each one of them seems called by a secret design of providence to hold in its hands one day the destinies of half the world. Now that is a stunning prediction at a point in time when nobody could foresee the dominance of Russia and America in the 20th and the 21st century. But there are other chapters that are more debatable, with the wisdom of hindsight, of course. And one of them is Tocqueville's conviction that the arts and the sciences cannot flourish in America. He says that among the civilized people of today, there are few where the advanced sciences have made less progress than in the United States, and who have produced fewer great artists, industrial poets, or celebrated writers than the United States. He is not convinced that this is a necessary consequence of the democratic spirit. It may have something to do with other elements of American culture, but the readers of this book could safely conclude that Europe had no competition to fear from the United States when it came to music, painting, poetry, or those sciences whose practical applicability is not clear at first sight. Now, today, America is one of the leading countries in, for example, painting or sculpture or ballet. New York is the mecca for artists and art collectors alike. When Tocqueville traveled across America, he could not find the equivalents of the great French and German composers. But in the 20th century, it was America that gave us not only very important serious music, from John Cage to Philip Glass, but also the great gift of jazz music with just such geniuses as Duke Ellington or John Coltrane. And America has become a superpower on a world scale when it comes to popular music, of course. As for the sciences, it is safe to say that the United States have become dominant in almost every scientific discipline. It's the land of the best universities and some of the most excellent research institutes. It is no accident that first-year students here in Amsterdam who study sociology or anthropology or history or political science have to read in their first year books in the English language written by American professors. And when they prove to be excellent, they are allowed to follow a special master program that is often entirely taught in the English language, even if the large majority of the students and their teachers have the Dutch language as their mother tongue? And here I am, a Dutch sociologist, speaking to you in English, because that has become for sociologists today the Esperanto of the social sciences. And very, very reluctantly, even the French begin to accept this linguistic subjection. Now, all of this was not foreseen by Tocqueville. He didn't have the slightest suspicion. And it is a very interesting question why even this sharp observer could not foresee this worldwide dominance of the United States in the arts and the sciences. That is not a criticism. On the contrary, it only shows that we are still engaged in a lively discussion with this profound thinker whose crystal clear and polite style of writing can still bring on the face of his readers a smile of happiness. Every time I speak about Karl Marx in front of a live audience, the atmosphere in the lecture hall feels more charged. Smith, Comte, Tocqueville, interesting authors, okay, but Marx, hey, that is something else. Everybody who is interested in the social sciences has heard of him, whether they are well acquainted with his theories or not. And often people have already an opinion about him, and in many cases it's a very strong opinion. They agree with his vision or they disagree, but whatever is the case, they are outspoken about it. But there is also another possibility. Students sometimes walk up to me and say something like, you know, my mother always talked about this great guy Karl Marx, and when I was a kid I was impressed by all those books that he had written standing there on the bookshelf, but actually I never quite understood what that was all about. So I'm so happy that in this class you will help me, you teacher, to get an idea of what Marx actually had to say. And maybe that's not just a bad attitude to start with. It cannot be denied that Marx is very different from any other theorist that we discuss here. Durkheim or Weber were never quite as influential in social, economic, political or cultural life than Karl Marx. Social democratic parties, socialist and communist parties in Europe, European countries like France, Germany, Sweden, Poland or the Netherlands have always made it very clear that their political program rested on the firm foundation of the thoughts of Marx and of course his friend and collaborator Friedrich Engels. Maybe some social democratic leaders would prefer their potential voters to forget those intellectual origins. But then again, there are always members of those left-wing political movements who urge the leadership to remember and to honor their intellectual roots. There's another and a bigger problem. Completely innocent people have been killed on a massive scale by regimes whose leaders said that they were inspired by Marx and Engels, that they were only putting into practice what those thinkers had preached. This has happened in the Soviet Union under Stalin, in Maoist China, in Cambodia, where the Khmer Rouge, whose leaders sometimes had studied Marxism at Western universities, slaughtered millions of people. Now, of course, we can say that this is not at all what the great humanists Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels had intended by writing their books and their articles, that their arguments were abused by ruthless dictators and their cruel henchmen. And that may be true, but still, there is this ugly line connecting the interesting things that 19th century Karl Marx had to say with 20th century mass murder. And that is a problem we should not shy away from. One of the important questions here is whether there are elements in Marxist thought that made it less difficult to interpret him as somebody who justified violence. And, I'm convinced, for example, that there is something very totalitarian in Auguste Comte's positivism that doesn't leave space for criticism once the positivist truth has been scientifically guaranteed. But Comte had this good fortune that nobody used or abused his ideas in defense of censorship or defending the prosecution of critics of the positivist church. But Marx was less lucky in that regard. Bloody tyrants in the West and in the East appropriated his arguments. You could say they alienated them from his body of work and put them to use as an apology for their murderous project. And however undeserved that is for Karl Marx and poor Friedrich Engels, there are lines in their book that lend themselves to being used in such a way. And here we should really pay attention to that aspect, because it may teach us something about the unexpected force and the dangerous potential of social thought in general. The uses that have been made of the ideas of Karl Marx should at least liberate us from that idea that social theory is always and will always remain without any consequence. That is such a common cliché. People often say, all those deep thinkers like Comte and Tocqueville and Durkheim writing those great books, nobody reads them, nobody cares to read them. What influence did they actually have? And, apart from the fact that this is not true at all, that, for example, Émile Durkheim had an important influence on the French educational system, the best way to show that this really is an ill-founded cliché is to simply reply by saying, what about Marx? So, to talk in a more or less detached way about what is interesting and still worthwhile in the ideas of Karl Marx, no, that is not a very easy task. Why do sociologists today still refer to Marx so often? Well, in the first place, because he brought something to light that we still try to fully comprehend. His important idea that human beings are not a collection of abstractions living on the inside of every individual body, but that they are, in actual fact, the ensemble, the totality of all the social relationships that tie them together. This is an idea that 27 years old Karl Marx scribbled down in 1845 as one of his theses on the philosopher Ludwig Feuerbach. You may remember his famous 11th thesis on Feuerbach, where Marx says that the philosophers have only interpreted the world in many different ways, but that now the time has come that we should actually try to change the world. But I really believe that thesis number 6 is more important, because that is where he says that the essence of a human being is not located in her or his individuality, but in the social network of which she or he is a part. This is an idea that Marx, in one of his later books, formulated in a sentence that became very famous. It is not the consciousness of man that determines their being, but on the contrary, their social being that determines their consciousness. What people think is influenced by the social context of which they are part. And this idea has given rise to some of the most important branches of sociological research. The way, for example, in which the social context influences the artistic impulses and products of human beings. That is studied in the sociology of art, the sociology of literature, the sociology of music, even in the sociology of the cinema. How the social surroundings may influence behavior that is, in a certain society, considered punishable. That is studied by the sociology of law and also by the sociology of deviant behavior and the sociology of crime or criminology. How the social structures may influence our belief systems is studied by the sociology of religion. And the social influences on how people think, how they reason, is studied by a very important subdiscipline called the sociology of knowledge. And I can go on and on with this list, making it longer and longer, but let me mention one more. Today, we do not believe anymore that scientific thought develops in a social vacuum. We now can see that even in science, the flow of ideas is influenced by social developments. And this is the intriguing field of study that is called the sociology of science. So, how people think and feel and act is profoundly influenced by the social networks in which they are enveloped, so to say. Maybe I should say the networks that they are. And that is an extremely fruitful insight, something that became the cornerstone in the sociologies of Émile Durkheim and of Norbert Elias. But then Marx narrows it down a bit, because he believes that the most important interdependencies between human beings are those having to do with survival. For example, the gathering of the food that you need in order to stay alive, dividing the economic tasks in such a clever way that the group, the collectivity, may live and procreate. The networks that people form when they wrestle from their surrounding nature the essentials that they need in order to survive are called, in Marxian terminology, the productive relations, productionsproductiefverhältnisse. They are very fundamental. The other relationships between people, for example, their cognitive ties or their political relations, are all derived from what is at the heart of it all, their economic chains of interdependence. Another way of expressing this is that the infrastructure, that is the economic base of society, determines the superstructure that contains politics, law, religion, the arts, the sciences. Marx wrote those things, of course, in the German language, and there he wrote about Unterbau and Überbau. That, in fact, is an architectural metaphor. The Unterbau, that's the part of a house that is hidden underground. You don't see it, but it is the foundation of the building. What you do see is the Überbau, the walls, the front door, the windows, the roof. But if you want to buy that house, you are well advised not to pay too much attention to what catches the eye, but to take the little staircase into the cellar under the house and try to see if there are little cracks in the walls that may predict the collapse of the whole construction in the future. If you want to investigate the strength of a society, don't look at the things that are easy to notice, Marx tells his readers. The beautiful artwork, the great universities, the inviting avenues, the smart political debates. No, you should try to see what goes on in the less visible economic basement of that society. Because the eventual collapse of the whole system may be visible when you study the contradictions and the oppositions that already today strike the eye of anyone who is trained to study the economic undercurrents. Specialists in Marxist thought are still debating the question whether Marx really was an economic determinist, someone who believes that when all is said and done, the economic relations are always the most important ties between human beings. In many paragraphs, Marx sounds like a determinist, but here and there, he and also his friend Engels seem to be a little bit less outspoken. But whatever the outcome of that debate, it cannot be denied that Marx, in the middle of the 19th century, took a direction that was very far removed from, well, for example, Auguste Comte. In Comte, as you may remember, the driving force of history is, after all, the transformation of ideas, the shift from religious thinking towards scientific thinking. And Comte was not the only philosopher who believed that history is essentially driven by the rise and fall of intellectual interpretations of the world. Now, Marx is completely opposed to that idea. Often he is characterized as a materialist, someone who did not agree with that kind of idealism, an idealism that he, Marx, associated with one of the heroes of his own student years, the German philosopher Hegel. And by pointing at the rather trivial everyday necessity for human beings to make ends meet, by hammering mercilessly on that argument again and again and again, Marx helped to push the social sciences into a new direction. He forced the sociologists who came after him to take a hard-edged view. Max Weber, for example, believed that Marx was too one-sided in stressing how economic factors determined religious imagery, and he, Max Weber, tried to show that there is also an arrow of causal influence pointing just the other way, that is, from religious convictions towards economic ideas and practices, which is an interesting criticism indeed. But after 1890, nobody could look away anymore from what Marx had said. His impressive body of work was there to stay, and everybody now was forced to take at least a position vis-à-vis the theory of Marx, against it or in favor of it. Marx's stress on economic ties has deep roots in his philosophy, in his image of man. For Marx, the human animal is essentially a worker. It is in his labor that he unfolds his innermost possibilities, that he develops his talents to the fullest, that he leaves his very personal imprint on the face of the earth. Marx favors a very peculiar image of human nature. Man is homo faber, a working, laboring, productive, constructive being. It has been said that this conception of man reflected the values of his own middle-class family, where hard work was considered a virtue. And yes, it's true that Marx as a person was actually, you could say, a workaholic. A man who sometimes neglected his family and his friends because he was completely immersed in the task of writing what he considered to become a very important book. And, today many people will agree, of course, with Marx that work is what gives human beings their dignity. But as we shall see, this image of man as being essentially ennobled by his ability to express himself in his work is one and only one way of looking at human beings. There are other views of human nature, and the one that Marx favors is just one of many possibilities. But starting from this vision of man, Marx begins to worry that labor, the activity par excellence in which man realizes his deepest potential, is perverted, is turned into something ugly, just a commodity, a thing to be sold. It may be helpful here to refer to the famous distinction in Marx between use value and exchange value, Gebrauchswert and Tauschwert in German. All the goods that we find on the market have a certain use value. They satisfy human needs. But when a commodity is brought into the marketplace, nobody cares about its use value, the intrinsic possibility to satisfy human beings. Everybody is focused on its exchange value. How much money can you make with it? What do you get when you sell it? Now, I think I should skip here Marx's very interesting but, rather antiquated labor theory of the exchange value of commodities. That is something you can look up on the internet. But what is important here is that Marx says that not only objects like breads or watches can be exchanged and have a certain exchange value, but that human labor can also be turned into a commodity, something that you can buy and sell in the marketplace. Marx is appalled by the fact that this most beautiful potential that all human beings share, their ability to express themselves in their work, is defiled, is polluted when it is turned into Just a commodity with a price tag attached to it, an object that you can sell in the marketplace. In his youthful manuscripts, many of which, by the way, were published only after the author passed away, Marx referred to this as the outcome of a process of alienation. And in what follows, I will dig a little deeper into that concept of alienation. Sometimes the German terms Entfremdung or Verfremdung are translated as estrangement. That's not wrong, but here I will stick to the word alienation. Marx must have picked it up when he studied the philosophy of Hegel, but he adapted it to serve his own aims. You could say that he alienated the concept from philosophy and turned it into a critical sociological term. Let's take, for example, a clocksmith, a specialist in constructing beautiful and precise clocks, who is very, very proud of his elegant products. Let's compare that man with a boy who performs all day long a monotonous, boring, repetitive action in our famous pin factory described by Adam Smith. Now you begin to have an idea of what Marx means with alienation. The man working in the pin factory may not even realize in what way his simple task contributes to the final product, the little pins that leave the factory. And if he did, he couldn't care less. The clockmaker loves his clocks. The pin maker doesn't feel any kind of pride for his pins. In a way, he has been cut loose from his products. He doesn't recognize his own work in the material outcome of all his labor. In short, his product has been alienated from him. He experiences it as something alien, a thing that he doesn't recognize as his own creation. And in a broader sense, the whole productive process has been robbed from him. He has been robbed of his dignity as a factory worker. He has become a kind of robot, a cog in the machine, being coerced to make the same bodily movements over and over and over again, all day long, and also the next day and the day after that. Not only has the product of the work been alienated from him, in fact, the whole labor process has been alienated from him. He does the job in a mechanical way. He is not interested in the meaning of his actions, his contribution to the goods that may serve the needs of the people who buy them. He isn't interested in that. The only thing he cares about is the paycheck, nothing else. So this new way of working in a modern factory in a capitalist system has also severed the ties between the workers. You know, in the past they were proud craftsmen exchanging amongst each other the tricks of the trade, sharing maybe the secrets of their profession, relishing in the pride of their accomplishments. But now that capitalism has forced everybody to divide their labor and work in this very repetitive fashion, alienated from their products, alienated from the labor process, the workers are gradually alienated from their fellow workers. They lose the sense that they are, as a collective, responsible for the stream of products that leaves the factory. They do not know one another. They have become strangers for each other. They do not feel, and they need not to feel, any kind of sympathy or loyalty to the factory or to its products, no sense of solidarity with one another. They are now completely individualized, atomized. In the modern factory, with its fragmentation of labor, with jobs that most people can learn in, just a few hours, where craftsmanship is not valued anymore, The workers are not interested in what the other guy is doing. There is no common interest. There is no sense of sharing a common fate. And of course, Marx hoped that the kind of overarching class consciousness uniting the workers in many different factories, uniting the workers all over the country, maybe even uniting factory workers all over the world, would create a new kind of solidarity, a sense of belonging to an important collectivity. But for the time being, they are separated from each other. They have been effectively alienated from one another. Now, this, according to Marx, is all very bad, but the worst part has not even been mentioned yet. In the course of this process, human beings are more and more alienated from themselves. And this follows from Marx's conception of man. When it is in his work, and only in his work, that man realizes his deepest potential, when only in labor he can realize his innermost talents, a potential that before he may not even have been aware of, then alienating his work from him means that he has been alienated from his self. Marx dressed this argument in very philosophical language, and sometimes he says that under capitalist conditions man is alienated from what defines him as a member of the human species. He says it alienates him from his Gattungswesen, and that's a German word that can be translated as species being. But what he wants to convey to the reader with those old-fashioned words is that all those types of alienation boil down to this: the members of the human race are robbed of everything that differentiates them from brute animals. They are stripped of their humanity. So far, I have not yet spoken about that one word with which Marx became an inescapable presence in the science of sociology. No, I do not mean the word capitalism or the word alienation, not even the word revolution. For us sociologists, Marx is the man who gave us the word class. He must have picked it up again in left-wing intellectual circles in Paris when he was living there in the 40s of the 19th century with his wife Jenny. One of the big themes in sociology is social inequality, especially social stratification, the formation of a social ladder, a classification from low to high. It is interesting to observe that everywhere in the world people associate poverty, bad education, lack of power, poor living conditions with standing low on an imaginary ladder, and high salary, excellent education, a life of luxury with being on the highest rungs of that ladder. Maybe that high-low metaphor is universally convincing because everybody experiences in their childhood that adults who are taller than children have more money to spend. They know more. They are more powerful. Anyway, in theories of social stratification, we use terms like caste or estate or social layer, but Marx introduced a term that has become a household word in the social sciences and also in the political arena and in everyday life language: class. Most people are not reminded of Karl Marx anymore when, for example, they read in the newspapers that a new class of very poor people seems to be growing in the urban ghettos of the modern metropolitan cities. But it is interesting that the problem is framed in a Marxian terminology, using that word class. In his more journalistic articles, Marx sometimes discerned many different classes, but in his theoretical texts, he reduced all those different classes to two basic classes. And those two classes are not only the two most important classes, they are also the two classes that remain intact when capitalism reaches its final phase. The middle class will disappear. Some of the members of the middle class will be able to move into the dominant class. Most people in the middle classes will tumble down into the class of the oppressed and the dominated. Two classes. On the one hand, there is a class of people who do not own the means of production, the factories, the machinery in the factories, so they are forced to sell the only thing that they own, and that is their ability to work, their labor power. On the other hand, we see a class of people who do own the means of production, who are the captains of industry, controlling the new enormous industrial plants that have come to dominate the outskirts of the modern cities. Those entrepreneurs do not have to sell their labor power. They can hire the labor power of those other propertyless men and women. And again, Marx used French words that he may have heard during his years in Paris to give names to those two opposing classes. The factory workers are called le prolétariat, the proletariat. The capitalists are called la bourgeoisie, the bourgeoisie. It is a relatively simple two-class model rooted in the economic position of its members. One class receives wages, the other class lives off the surplus value that they extract from the working class. You may be surprised by the praise that Marx heaps upon the heads of the members of the bourgeoisie in the first pages of the Communist Manifesto. In early capitalism, Marx says, they were the ones to blow away old traditional institutions that hindered progress. They are adventurous, they take risks, they brought us modernity, they created the possibility of enormous wealth. But under conditions of high capitalism, this bourgeoisie class now makes its profits mainly by exploiting the members of the working class. If those proletarians do not accept the long working days or the low wages, they are told, and maybe in a very friendly way, well, maybe you should look out for a better job elsewhere. They are no slaves, they are no serfs, they can look out for a better job, they can negotiate about their remuneration. Well, Marx says that is all a big lie. In actual fact, the modern proletarian has less freedom than a slave in antiquity, and that is because there is never enough work. So in front of the gates of the factory we see this large group of unemployed and hungry people who are willing to do anything to get a job. Marx calls it the reserve army of workers. For every discontented worker that leaves the plant, there are 10 men or women or children who are willing to work for very long days and for very low wages. So the workers have no bargaining power. And that is the reason why they can be exploited, which means that the value that they create for the entrepreneurs is superior to the value of the wages that they receive. They have no alternative but to give this surplus value away with nothing in return. This may be the point where I should stress something that is often overlooked by students of Marx and sometimes even by Marx himself when he gives in to the pleasure of writing in a very polemical fashion. The exploitation of the proletariat has nothing to do with evil intentions of the capitalists or their sadistic lust to oppress powerless people. Those capitalists may actually be very friendly people who go to church every Sunday, who do not want to impoverish or to squeeze their workers. They may give some of their income to charities. They may support the arts and the sciences. The problem is that they also are captives of this system that forces them, whether they like it or not, to exploit their employees, because they are members of an extremely competitive network of factory owners who are all focused on one goal only. And no, that goal is not to make as much money as you can. That goal is to make money in a systematic way and to make more money than your colleagues, to stay ahead of the competition. And the penalty for not staying ahead is terrible. Whoever lags behind will go bankrupt, the factory will have to close, and the owner and all the members of his family will fall into the class of the proletarians. And from that moment on, they will have to sell the only thing that they are left with, their labor power. And they have to sell it to their former fellow entrepreneurs. So all their actions are motivated by that burning fear that this one day might happen to them. In this respect, but in this respect only, Marx reminds me a bit of Tocqueville. In a class system with a lot of mobility, everybody is scared to death to fall from a high class into a low class. But of course, Marx is the opposite of Tocqueville in his prediction that the middle classes will be, so to speak, eaten up by the remaining two classes, bourgeoisie and proletariat. That is not at all what Tocqueville thought. In fact, the system is stable because it does not depend on the evil intentions, on the bad character of the capitalists. It's the capitalism itself that takes care of its own continuation. And this again is an element in Marx that sociologists admire. Social systems may have a dynamic all of their own. They develop according to laws that individual people cannot influence, even if they understand those laws, even if they would have studied the books written by Marx and Engels. This is how it works in the short run, but in the long run, capitalism goes slowly but surely into the direction of its own destruction. And the strangest thing is that the entrepreneurs who profit most from the system are also the ones who are instrumental in its downfall. Forced by cutthroat competition, they force their laborers to work harder and harder, to make longer working days, to accept lower wages. The workers become so poor that their wives have to work in the factory to make ends meet. And if that is not enough, their children have to do the simple repetitive tasks in the factory that we remember from the pin factory, adding in that way their meager wage to the family income. But the owners of the factories are forced to continue to squeeze the labor force, so the workers do not have enough to eat. Their houses are unhygienic, the roof is leaking, they become ill, they see how their own children die, and then, one day, they realize that things cannot get worse, that their situation has become so terrible that the conclusion becomes inevitable. We have nothing to lose but our shackles. The capitalists have created a class of people that will bring capitalism to its end. They have raised their own grave diggers. But for that to happen, the workers have to become aware of their objective situation. They have to develop class consciousness. All of a sudden, they see through the ideological myths about the wonderful world of capitalism that the politicians and the industrial leaders and the parish priest propagate day in, day out. They break away from that spell. They open their eyes. They confront reality. And then they may develop a feeling of solidarity, a deep sentiment that they share their fate with the members of their own class and not with the members of the class above them, the class that exploits them. And then they conclude that the only road to a better future is to rise up against their oppressors, all together in one huge movement. And that, according to Marx, is the moment when revolutionary consciousness takes hold of the hearts and minds, and from that moment on, the revolution is inescapable. The means of production will be torn away from the former owners and they will be given to the collectivity. And from then on, all the wealth that has become possible in modern industrial society will be distributed in a fair and in an honest way among the members of the new society. What sociologists like in this theory is that the class is not defined solely in economical terms, but also in socio-psychological terms. A class is not just a group of people who share certain economic characteristics. It may, under certain circumstances, transform into a group of people who are aware of the fact that they are a class, that they are a collective with its own interests, that they should defend as a group. Or to say this in the Hegelian language that Marx liked so much, under certain circumstances a class may become conscious of itself. It then is transformed from a Klasse an sich, a class in itself, into a Klasse für sich, a class for itself. Now this idea of a social category, be it a class or another kind of entity, becoming reflexively aware of itself is a very interesting notion indeed. Take for example a generational group. You may talk about, let's say, the group of people that were born between 1980 and the year 2000. You could say, that's a generation who experienced during their adolescence the rise of the personal computer, the rise of the internet. We may ascribe all kinds of characteristics to them, but the question here is, do they share a sense of solidarity? Does that generational cohort entertain a kind of we feeling? Although Marx is interested in the socio-psychological aspects of class, he has often been criticized for his one-sidedness in still focusing too much on just the economic elements in class. 20th century sociologists have proposed that classes may also be defined in other ways, for example with regard to educational level or to political power or prestige or lifestyle. Max Weber, for example, has tried to broaden this idea of class. And at the end of the 20th century, French sociologist Pierre Bourdieu has written several books, but especially one study called Distinction, in which he tries to show that we should not only take economic capital into account, but also social capital, the power of the network that somebody can mobilize. And cultural capital, for example, the knowledge of the arts and the sciences that enable somebody to confidently interact with the members of the dominant classes. Now, Bourdieu and Weber are not Marxist sociologists, but they are inspired by Marx when they develop their own sociological approach, sometimes adopting elements of his work and at other times correcting him, or sometimes even completely rejecting him when they think that he got it all wrong. Which brings us to the much debated question whether Marx, very generally speaking, was correct in his analysis of capitalism and its future. Marx made his theory very vulnerable by making explicit predictions about the future of capitalism. It would, in the long run, fall victim to its own inherent contradictions. Marx believed capitalism as we know it would ultimately destroy itself. And Marx was very clear about one thing. That revolution would take place in the most advanced, the most industrialized countries. In England, in France, in Germany, where capitalism had developed furthest. Marx did not specify the moment this would happen, but when in 1871 the Commune of Paris was on the front pages of every European newspaper, Marx clearly believed that what he had predicted was now really beginning to take shape. You could say that in a way Marx was right when he prophesied that capitalism as he knew it was bound to disappear, because yes, the long working days were shortened, the factory workers became richer, their housing conditions became better, laws were introduced to forbid the employment of children in factories. Enterprises completely controlled by the members of just one family, who not only were the stock owners but at the same time directed the family as managers, became rare. Property and management were collectivized and often separated. Some of those developments were predicted by Marx. But one thing was conspicuously absent in the highly developed industrial societies of the West. The revolution didn't occur. Capitalism did not disappear. Maybe Marx didn't have a very sharp eye for the flexibility of capitalism as a new socio-economic formation. Marx had never dreamed that capitalism could be so elastic, that it could adapt so easily to new circumstances and create solutions for all those obstacles that he had so expertly described. If capitalism threatens to be undermined by the poor health of the members of the working class, well, then it will save itself by developing an efficient new system of healthcare. Capitalism never is rigid, stiff, averse to change. It is constantly moving and adapting to new challenges. And the strange thing here is that Marx knew perfectly well that this is one of the most formidable assets of modern capitalism. He wrote about it. And yet it is an element that he may have underestimated. It's also possible to look at the problem of Marx's predictions in a completely different way. You could defend the idea that Marx is still important today, but only when you transpose his theory to the scale of the entire world. If you accept the idea that capitalism has transformed from the level of the nation-state to the level of the world, that it has globalized, then you can still defend the idea that today we witness the culmination and possibly also the eventual collapse of capitalism. Capitalism, some sociologists will say, has stretched its lifespan beyond anything that Marx ever expected, because it was very good at broadening its playing field until it encompassed the whole globe. Some of the raw materials for our cell phones, for example, are harvested in mines in Africa. Those beautiful little computers are assembled by people in Asia who receive wages that nobody in the United States or in Europe would accept. And the finished products are sold to the rich people living in Western societies. But today we see that capitalism has become so successful that also, for example, in Japan or in South Korea and also in China, new layers of the society have the purchasing power to buy those expensive luxury products that everybody seems to love. The division of labor within capitalism has now enveloped, so to say, the whole world. And if you want to see real proletarian poverty, don't look for it in Germany or in England or in Japan, but go search for it in sub-Saharan Africa. The mechanisms that Marx described can still be found, but you have to take the entire planet as your study object. The American sociologist Emanuel Wallerstein has been explaining to his students and colleagues over the last 40 years or so that the biggest error of sociology has been to stick to the level of the nation-state and to not take the interdependent world system as its object of study. And the same social scientists who look at the problem in this way also tend to predict that a revolutionary change is imminent. By globalizing, the capitalist system could stretch its lifetime, but for all its elasticity, it has now reached its final stage, where stretching it even further has become impossible. In the zones where the very rich and the very poor live close to each other, as is the case in the Near East, think of Iraq, Syria, Lebanon or Egypt, we see that revolutionary energy is heaped up in a frightening way. And nobody can foresee where this process will lead us, but not many people share the optimistic expectations that Marx had entertained about a post-capitalist society. His prediction that once capitalism has disappeared, we will all become the happy members of a very friendly communist world where we can devote ourselves to fishing in the morning and hunting in the afternoon and reading Shakespeare in the evening hours. That fantasy is today met with a wry smile. We have become too cynical to believe that. And strangely enough, that kind of cynicism was brought into the world by some hard-nosed social theorists like Karl Marx himself, who looked at human society from a disillusioned materialist perspective. It is Marx who taught us to stop believing in fairy tales. Today, many of us see his dream of a friendly post-capitalist communism as the kind of fairy tale that is not very helpful if you want to understand your own social world. You should not forget that I am the son of a rabbi. That is a sentence from a letter written by Émile Durkheim, the famous French sociologist who worked around the year 1900. Durkheim, I try to pronounce his name the French way, but maybe I will forget it later and give it a more German sound. Durkheim was very interested in teaching, in the functions of education, not just for children or adults, but for society at large. Before his academic task was expanded with teaching sociology, Durkheim was a professor of education, and his interest in didactic questions may have something to do with his father and a few other ancestors, many of whom were rabbis too. The small sentence about his father may also help us understand why Durkheim had this lifelong fascination with religion, culminating in his final book that was entirely dedicated to the sociology of religious life. Yes, he was the son of a rabbi, the spiritual leader of a religious minority group in a small village in northeastern France, and this, among other things, must have stimulated his sociological interest in group formation, in group identity, the moral consciousness of a collectivity. It certainly triggered his lifelong interest in group cohesion, and it also made him aware of anti-Semitism. Of course, Émile Durkheim is important for the sociological theories that he offered us, but we should not forget his role in institutionalizing sociology. Before he was born, in 1858, sociology was practiced outside of the university by amateurs and aristocrats, revolutionaries and engineers, but it was not yet an academic discipline. After his death in 1917, sociology became an academic discipline that students everywhere in the Western world could choose to study, starting with an introductory course and ending, of course, with the graduation ceremony. Now, Durkheim belongs to a generation of thinkers who brought sociology into the university, who transformed it into an academic endeavor. And that was not at all an easy task, because the professors of the other sciences were rather skeptical about this newcomer. In Durkheim's days, for example, the scientists who were interested in the psychology of mass behavior believed that they adequately covered the field of the social phenomena and that a new science was superfluous. Durkheim didn't agree at all. He saw it as his task to show that sociology has a field all of its own. Durkheim, for example, was interested in the phenomenon of suicide, and one of the reasons was that he believed that suicide figures make clear why we need sociology to understand the problems of modern society. He says, suicide seems to be the most personal act that you can imagine, often prepared in utter loneliness, an act of desperation and especially of isolation. But when you look at large numbers, then you can see that suicide is a social phenomenon and that the sociologist can predict the number of suicide cases in a certain year, a certain region, a certain age cohort, a certain professional group, even in a certain religious group. So, in choosing his topics, Durkheim never lost sight of his intention to show the value and the relevance of sociology as a new science that can help us to understand and to solve social problems that are typical of modernity. And when I present Durkheim here, I will look at his work from the vantage point of this self-imposed task to fight for the introduction of sociology as one of the university disciplines, a new science with its own brand of theories and methodologies, and therefore also a science with its own faculty members and its own professors and teachers, its own handbooks, its own journals. And let us not forget that he was very successful in this regard. Durkheim was the first European professor of sociology in 1913. He created the first sociological journal, L'Année Sociologique, in 1898. He wrote a kind of sociological handbook, The Rules of Sociological Method, 1895. In short, he was very, very instrumental in the process of institutionalizing and professionalizing sociology. But in order to achieve that goal, one must present a sound theoretical argument to show that people in modern Western societies really need such a new science. Durkheim developed the arguments that we still today use when we speak about the science of sociology. Durkheim is sometimes seen as a sociologist whose ideas are similar to the core ideas of the conservative ideology. For example, his concepts of social cohesion, social regulation, social consciousness, the role of the church, or the functions of marriage. But Durkheim cannot be pigeonholed that easily. In his first major study, published in 1893, on the division of social labor, de la division du travail social, a title, by the way, that reminds us of Mondeville and of Adam Smith, he presents an argument that is directed against the complaints of conservative and even romantic admirers of traditional societies. Durkheim says that in the societies of the past, everybody resembled everybody. People were similar, and the similarity was, as it were, the social cement. Think of a medieval small city where everybody shares the same religion, where people are not yet highly specialized, they are not yet working in very different branches of the economic world, because the division of labor is still in a very early stage. In such societies, he says, we see that, they are glued together by mechanical solidarity. The individuals that constitute such a society are pretty identical, like the cogs in a large machine. Now, conservatives complain that in modern societies, that kind of cement is crumbling to pieces. And in a way, Durkheim agrees. But it doesn't alarm him, because he says, A new type of solidarity is now taking shape in front of our own eyes. Yes, it's true. People in modern societies are not very similar anymore. They believe in different gods. They have jobs that are so different that one craftsman doesn't have the slightest idea of what the other craftsman does. All of that is true, but it shouldn't lead us to believe that those people show a lower degree of solidarity. On the contrary, now they are bound together by a different kind of ties. The more people differ from one another, the more they need one another, the more they are dependent upon one another. The differentiation and the specialization between jobs, for example, professions, social functions, has reached such a high level that human beings and groups of human beings have become extremely interdependent now. They need one another. They cannot survive without each other. This is clearly not the old type of interdependence through similarity. It is more the opposite. It is interdependence through dissimilarity. Heterogeneity breeds interdependence. And this is the social glue that Durkheim calls organic solidarity. In the great tradition of the organicist sociological thinkers like Herbert Spencer, Durkheim compares here societies with biological entities, with living bodies. In primitive organisms, the body parts may be very similar, but in the higher organisms, the organs have differentiated to such a degree that the body as a whole cannot survive unless those interdependent organs work together in a perfect fashion. We cannot think, we cannot have consciousness. You cannot understand this lecture without the oxygen that the heart pumps through the stream of blood from the lungs into the brain. The differentiation of the organs in the bodies of the higher organisms has created new possibilities, but it also has created new vulnerabilities, and that is the reason why the units within such a body are very interdependent. It's the reason why those well-integrated organisms cannot survive if one of the vital organs doesn't work the way it should. And it is just the same with modern societies. They cannot survive if you would take away, well, for example, one professional group. Let's say all the school teachers or all the train drivers. This organic interdependence is the new source of solidarity. The conservative thinkers who believe that the disappearance of solidarity through similarity is the reason why modern societies will fall to pieces have completely overlooked this important new source of solidarity. I have the impression that Durkheim wants to attract the attention of his audience here by using his terms in a non-intuitive fashion. Conservative thinkers had a tendency to describe traditional societies as organic wholes, where every part was related to every other part in a more or less natural way, and to describe modern societies as broken to bits and pieces by mechanical forces, the forces that dominate in the machine age. Now, Durkheim turns this whole terminology upside down. Traditional societies, he says, are kept together by mechanical solidarity, solidarity by similarity. Modern societies, on the other hand, by organic solidarity. Durkheim must have been an excellent teacher, someone who knew that when you use your terms in a way that goes against the expectations of your listeners or of your readers, then they may be shocked out of their habitual ways of reasoning. And then they may pay attention to the unconventional insight that you want to convey. Durkheim's most important idea, the kernel of everything that he wants us to understand, is that social facts, the phenomena that we observe and try to explain when we study human collectives, can and should never be reduced to the level of the individual human beings that belong to such a collective. If you do that, if you reduce a social fact to an individual fact, you make an inexcusable scientific error. Social facts can only be explained with reference to antecedent social facts. The sociologist should always remain on the level of social reality and should resist the sweet seduction of reductionism. This is a difficult argument that Durkheim sometimes put into words that gave ammunition to his critics. He loved to use, for example, a sentence that he borrowed from one of the philosophy professors of his student days. The whole is more than the sum of its parts. That expression made it a bit too easy for his opponents to ask how a group of people can be anything else than just the individual people composing the group. If we ascribe to that group a little something extra, they said, then we mystify reality. We fall victim to what Auguste Comte called metaphysical thinking. That is what the critic said. But that is not at all what Durkheim intended to convey to his readers. The point that he wants to make is that when human beings are woven together in larger social entities, those collectives possess peculiar characteristics that cannot be found in the individuals that constitute them. The social group may have a certain density. We may discern a degree of regulation, a certain amount of cohesion. We may even quantify its birth rate or its suicide rate. And all those characteristics are attributes of the entire social formation. They cannot be found in the individual members. They rise up, they emerge from the structure as a whole. Durkheim even wrote about what he called a conscience collective. You can translate that as collective consciousness, but you can also translate it as collective conscience. In his later books, this concept became more and more important. It replaced, in a way, organic solidarity as the most important source of social cohesion. Now, Durkheim had to confront the professors of mass psychology who believed that sociology was a superfluous science because they already studied the things that sociologists said that they were going to study. When the psychologist of individual human beings really understands what goes on in the brains of one single man or woman, they said, then it is not so difficult to understand what happens when 1,000 of those people form a group. And here Durkheim disagreed completely. When human beings get together in larger social entities, he says, this process of association creates entirely new phenomena that cannot be found in the elements that compose it. The social facts that emerge from the association of individual human beings belong to a class all of their own. Or, to use the Latin expression that Durkheim often employed, they are phenomena sui generis. And no, there is nothing mystical or metaphysical about that. He tries to make his point here with a comparison taken from the world of biology. We all believe, he says, that a living cell consists of nothing but molecules. And if those molecules are ordered in a certain way, then we may see at the level of the living cell as a whole a completely new phenomenon, surprisingly springing forth from the associated parts, that wonderful thing that we call life. Of course, it is impossible to say that life can be found in this one or in that one of the assembled molecules. It is their very peculiar association that creates something new, a phenomenon that is studied in a science that stands apart from the sciences that, like physics or chemistry, study molecules. And of course that is the science of life, the science of biology. And just in the same way, the association of human beings creates new phenomena, social facts that should be studied not by the sciences of individuals, such as psychology, but by the science that is dedicated to the study of social facts and nothing but social facts, the science of sociology. You can find this argument in a small book that Durkheim published in 1895, Les règles de la méthode sociologique, the rules of sociological method. Not quite a methodology book in the restricted sense of the word, but a book about the philosophical and the epistemological foundations of sociology, of the social sciences in general. In that book he says that social facts are characterized in the first place by being outside of each and every individual, they are external to the individual, and that they are characterized in the second place by the fact that they exert a certain pressure on every individual. They are coercive. We experience them as a power forcing us to think and feel and act in certain ways. And that is an important point with far-reaching consequences, as we shall see when we discuss his sociology of religion. But the heart of the matter is that social facts are phenomena sui generis, that they should never be explained by reducing them to the level of individual human beings. They exist in a world all of their own. This argument leads to a very simple methodological rule. Explain social facts by relating them to antecedent social facts. Never leave the level of social reality when you try to make sense of social facts. And that is exactly what Durkheim did in the book that he published only 2 years later, in 1897, under a title that sounds like a battle cry. Le suicide, étude de sociologie. Suicide, a sociological study. Now let me first say a few words about this disturbing subject matter. Sociology teachers love to show their students the elegant arguments and the clever classifications that Durkheim employs in this book. They may even become so spellbound by his reasonings that they forget for a second that for many of the students this is not a subject that they approach with the detachment of the professional sociologist. It is something that may remind them of painful events in their private lives. Many people have known somebody who tried to take his or her own life, and the subject may bring back sad memories. And I'm aware of that. But in sociology there are many painful subjects that need to be discussed. Think, for example, of such topics as rape or torture or genocide. Sociology isn't just about consensus and harmony and cooperation. It's often about conflict, oppression, violence and pain. Durkheim's arguments may sound detached and technical, but he had actually witnessed a case of suicide from nearby. His cool approach was not at all the result of a lack of empathy. It was the outcome of his conviction that in order to study something that strikes you emotionally, you have to try to take your academic distance. And remember, when he wrote about suicide, Durkheim was not a value-free sociologist, because he also hoped that his study could suggest some measures that might lower the suicide rates, at least in some sectors of society where they were, in his eyes, pathologically high. The incidence of suicide is, as we already saw, surprisingly predictable when you look at large numbers of cases. Durkheim was certainly not the first one to point this out. Since the middle of the 19th century, statisticians who collected and analyzed demographic figures and crime statistics that had been compiled with more and more precision were amazed by the regularity of suicide rates. One way to express their surprise was to say, at the 1st of January, we can already predict with a small margin of error how many people in the coming year will take their own lives, how many in a certain district of the country, in a given profession, how many men, how many women, how many young people, how many of the elderly. And of course, one cannot say beforehand who will do it, but one can describe the demographic and the sociological characteristics of the people who will do it even before they do it. Now this really was a source of wonder for those Moralstatistiker, the moral statisticians, the criminologists, the proto-sociologists, and also the amateur philosophers. There were even those who believed that this observation demonstrated that there is no such thing as a free will. Now that was not at all the kind of argument that Durkheim wanted to go into. Durkheim wanted to better understand the regularity of the suicide rates, and to do that, he first had to get rid of all kinds of arguments that he thought pointed in the wrong direction. Of course, those arguments very often involved reduction to the level of the individual human being. You know, exactly that kind of explanation that he rejected, as we have seen. For example, he tries to show, using a large amount of quantitative data, that suicide rates have nothing to do with the supposed mental illnesses of certain individuals or with a proclivity towards depression that might run in the family, or that is supposed to be more pronounced in certain human races or sub-races. A theory that he may have thrown away a bit too hastily is the theory defended by one of his adversaries in the department of mass psychology, Monsieur Gabriel Tarde, that sometimes suicides are propagated through processes of imitation. Climate theories are discarded, and speculations about the influence of the position of the stars and the planet are thrown away as well, always on the basis of an analysis of suicide statistics. Having destroyed all those rivaling theories, Durkheim now has cleaned the slate, so to speak. Now he is in a position where he can develop his own sociological theory of suicide. Durkheim tried to convince his readers that correlations with the positions of the heavenly bodies, or with the climate, or with the presence in the population of certain races or sub-races were all spurious. But then again, there were also a few correlations that remained strong. There is, according to Durkheim, an undeniable relationship between religion and suicide rates. There is a relationship between being married or being single and suicide rates. There is a relationship between the stability of people's economic position and suicide rates, and there is also a relationship with the sector of society in which people are working and suicide rates. Those correlations, he says, cannot be explained away. Although we shouldn't forget that the technical means that Durkheim had at his disposal to analyze those correlations were still pretty primitive. Building on those observations, Durkheim now constructs his own sociological explanation. The suicide rate is a characteristic of a social collective. It's a social fact. And if you want to explain this social fact, you should look out for other social facts. Now, social cohesion, the strength of the social web, may explain some of the regularities in the figures. Why are the suicide rates for married people, for example, lower than for singles? Well, married people are bound with stronger ties to society than single people. A similar argument can be used in explaining differences between religious groups. The social cohesion amongst the Jews is higher than the social cohesion amongst the Protestants, let alone the atheists. So it comes as no surprise that we find a higher suicide rate amongst the non-believers than amongst the people of the Jewish faith, the faith of Durkheim's own ancestors. The rise in suicide rates that is attended by a gradual lowering of social cohesion is called by Durkheim egoistic suicide. I do not like that term at all. It's quite misleading. Sometimes people say that somebody who committed suicide did something very selfish, very egoistical, that they didn't think of the pain of those who were left behind. And whether you sympathize with that kind of argument or not, this is not at all what Durkheim had in mind when he used that word egoistic suicide. For him, it's just a technical term to classify the rising suicide rates that we find in modern societies where the social cohesion is in a process of weakening. Now remember that in his book on the division of social labor, Durkheim had defended the idea that modern societies do not lack social solidarity, that it is only created in another way, that organic solidarity is the outcome of the interdependence that comes with more differentiation and specialization. In the final part of that early work, Durkheim already began to subtly change his tone, and now, in the book on suicide, he seems to take his distance from the arguments in his first book. He now states that social cohesion is low in modern Western societies, and that this tendency makes it very difficult to protect the people in those societies from the type of suicide that he calls egoistic. Durkheim may have been afraid that his readers would conclude from his argument that we should always strive for the highest degree of social cohesion imaginable. And he wants to convince us that he favors optimum cohesion, not maximum cohesion. And to do that, he says that when social cohesion is extremely strong, that also might lead to a rise in suicide rates. He calls this altruistic suicide, using a word, by the way, that was also coined by Auguste Comte, l'altruisme, altruism. And again, I think it's a bit of a misleading term. An example that he gives here is the soldier who sacrifices his life in a suicide attack because he cannot conceive of himself as a separate individual anymore. His personality seems to have dissolved into the group. Durkheim says that this kind of behavior has almost disappeared from modern Western Europe, where people have a very strong sense of individuality. So altruistic suicide is not such an important category, it's a small category, but it has a theoretical purpose. In fact, Durkheim is mainly interested in the so-called egoistic suicide, because that is so closely tied up with the rise of modernity in Western Europe. But there is also another type of suicide that he considers to be very important, and that is anomic suicide. All my life I've been surrounded by cats. When I feed my cats, they eat as much as they like and then they stop. They have had enough. Human beings are different. Give them $5 and they regret that they didn't ask for 10. They earn an extremely high salary and they fight to have that super bonus at the end of the year. According to Durkheim, human beings differ from every other animal in that they cannot be satisfied. They just never have enough. Now, this could be a guarantee for unhappiness. It could even explain why cats are such happy animals and humans are destined to remain eternally unsatisfied. But according to Durkheim, there is a solution for this problem. The limits of what we may desire are not given by our biological makeup, as is the case with other animals, but they are given to us early on in life by society. It is society that takes care of this kind of regulation. Society imprints in our minds that we should harmonize our desires with our means. It tells us what we can hope to achieve and what we should abandon because it is not realistically obtainable. When everything works well, we internalize those limits. We don't even realize that they are not simple inevitabilities, but that they are actually social facts, external and coercive, codes that we once have internalized and that lead us to desire only what we may one day possess. Now, in modern societies, this mechanism doesn't work the way it should. We are often confronted with uncertainty about, or even with an absence of, rules and regulation. And this is what Durkheim calls a situation of anomie. This explains the rise of suicide rates when economic expectations are in a crisis. A stable middle-class position protects just as well against suicide as a stable position amongst the poor. But when the economy becomes very volatile, when people may lose all their money overnight, or when very poor people may all of a sudden become very rich, then the whole population is touched by this general atmosphere of anomie. There is a weakening of that overarching, unifying conscience collective. The cultural codes now are in disarray. And under those circumstances, people do not internalize any kind of limit anymore, and they become dissatisfied beyond repair. And then again, we can observe a rise in suicide rates that is most noticeable amongst the groups who suffer most acutely from the economic uncertainties. For example, the people who work in the financial professions, but also other groups who experience the most extreme changes in their economic situation over a relatively short period of time. This is a type of suicide that Durkheim calls anomic suicide. And it is, just like egoistic suicide, typical of modern Western societies, with their unstable economies and the frightening uncertainty for many people about their economic future. Here again, Durkheim devotes a few lines, and in this case it's not more than a footnote, to the exact opposite of what he has analyzed, anomic suicide. When regulation is extremely high, he says, suicide rates will also rise, and this is the type of suicide that he calls fatalistic suicide. Here he gives the example of a slave in an exotic society or in classic antiquity who kills himself after the death of his master. Now Durkheim chooses a rather far-fetched example, and again, this type serves first of all a theoretical purpose. He wants to demonstrate that he is searching for the optimal degree of regulation and not for the most intense regulation that you can imagine. So Durkheim is especially interested in egoistic suicide and anomic suicide. But it's not so easy to keep the two apart. They are both typical of modern Western societies with a low degree of cohesion and a low degree of regulation, but it is hard to imagine a society with a high degree of cohesion attended by a low degree of regulation, so the two do not vary completely independently. Still, there is some kind of difference. Egoism, altruism has to do with social structure, the strength of the ties that bind people, the robustness of the network, whereas anomic, fatalistic, has to do with culture, with the effective internalization of social prescriptions. But then again, the difference between structure and culture is in sociology not always as clear-cut as it seems. Durkheim's most beautiful book appeared in 1912, The Elementary Forms of Religious Life, Les formes élémentaires de la vie religieuse. It is presented as a study about the most distant origins of religious beliefs and practices. Durkheim used anthropological or ethnographic material. He was, for example, very interested in field studies about a tribe in Australia, Australian Aboriginals, whose religion was supposed to be one of the oldest types to be found on the earth. Durkheim investigated those clan societies and he tried to prove that this kind of totem religion must have been one of the earliest primitive manifestations of religiosity in human societies. But that is not why this is still such an illuminating masterpiece. I think the book is especially relevant today because it touches on some other core questions in the sociology of religion. Let me begin with Durkheim's methodological principle that the sociologist should always take the words of the people he studies very seriously, even if they tell you about an experience that seems to be very irrational or even crazy at first sight. Do not doubt their honesty. The experience that they tell you about is a deep reality for them. So if you notice, for example, that somebody treats a seemingly very ordinary object with a strange kind of awe and reverence, try to understand what is going on there. Don't mock the Aboriginal who seems to be strangely impressed by what appears to be an ordinary stone on the ground. Don't react with a smile when a Catholic prays to a small wooden statue. Don't criticize a patriotic citizen who experiences genuine pain when he sees that his flag is burned. Try to understand them. Try to imagine what their world must be like for them. And then the first thing you may notice is that the stone, the statue, the flag are in their eyes no ordinary everyday objects. They are different, they are set apart, they are charged with a special energy. Durkheim says that for those people there is a clear distinction between the profane and the sacred, between the mundane everyday world and the religious world, between the ordinary and the extraordinary. If you ask a religious person what it is that she or he experiences when they participate in a religious ritual or when they are confronted with an object that they believe to be sacred, then they of course have to search for words first, but then they will eventually come up with an answer that, they can feel a kind of power, something that at the same time frightens them and also comforts them. It can be frightening at times because it's a power that forces them to do certain things and to refrain from other things. And if you do not obey, you may be punished. So it's a coercive force, but it's also a source of strength because in times of grief and distress, it will support you and comfort you. You can rely on it. For example, when you mourn the loss of a loved one, it will catch you when you have a sense of falling. Durkheim says that somebody who has participated in a religious gathering will often say that she or he feels strengthened, energized, emboldened, empowered. And again, that's not something that they imagine, he says, it's something real. Maybe it's a feeling that Durkheim himself remembered from the time when he still went to the synagogue. This power is so overwhelming that the believers are convinced that it already existed before they were born and that it will exist long after they have passed away. It is something that is not inside them, it is external to them. It is superior to everybody. It envelops and unites their whole religious community. Now, Durkheim is convinced that the believers tell the researcher honestly about what they feel, but he interprets those facts in a different way, a way that's far removed from the interpretations of the believers themselves. This coercive and external power, he says, can be nothing else than the power of society. It is society, it is our own social network that supports and comforts us in times of trouble and grief. It is society that gives that special feeling of strength and energy. It is society, it is the conscience collective that existed long before you were born and that will continue to exist long after you have passed away. It is society that is external to us, that overarches our lives and at the same time binds us together. Religious imagery is seen here as a kind of proto-sociology, a metaphorical way to speak about something that is very difficult to imagine and to comprehend at a time when the science of sociology did not yet exist. The idea that from the moment of our birth on, we are inextricably woven into the tissues of society. Religious objects are so impressive for the believer because they appear to emanate a power that, according to Durkheim, cannot be anything else than the power of society. We can observe how such a power is produced during religious meetings. Here people are gathered, they are close to each other, they may dance or sing together, and then all of a sudden something spectacular may happen. They may collectively reach a state of euphoria, a kind of ecstasy or rapture that he calls a state of effervescence collective, collective effervescence. They feel uplifted. And that is the moment when the feeling of social unity is created and reinforced, and it is no accident that this can only happen in a collective ritual. It is the outcome of accumulated group energy. Religion is not only a product of society, it also fulfills functions for society. Durkheim was one of the first thoroughly functionalist thinkers, a man who always tried to discern what sociological functions a certain phenomenon fulfilled, for example in contributing to the social cohesion of the larger social system. He stressed that this search for functions is completely different from the search for cause and effect relations. We already saw that Comte was a precursor of functionalist thinking, but Durkheim was the man who used functionalist analysis in a more systematic way and who programmatically wrote about this way of reasoning in the science of sociology. One of the many functions of religion is to repair the ties between people when they have been harmed. For example, in mourning rituals, the networks of social relationships between people that have suffered from the passing away of one of them are glued together again. In this way and in many other ways, religion has important functions to fulfill. It strengthens social cohesion, it supports social regulation, it is a powerful antidote to egoism and anomie, those negative tendencies behind the rising suicide figures. But here, Durkheim is confronted with a problem. He also witnessed the advent of a process of secularization. He himself, the son of a rabbi who became an agnostic professor of sociology, was living proof of this process. So where are we heading if religion becomes less important under conditions of modernity? When it comes to religion as a source of sociological orientation, you could say that the modern social sciences have adopted some of the cognitive functions that in the past were fulfilled by religion. They now help us to understand our place in society. Where the image of society in religious imagery is still blurred and vague, in sociology it has become not only clearer, but also easier to criticize and discuss, without having to fear the risk of being treated as a heretic. But what about the more emotional aspects of religion? What about its strengthening power? What about its functions as a source of social cohesion? Here, Durkheim says something very interesting. The Gospels, he says, are not immortal, and mankind will always write new ones. We may develop completely new institutions and belief systems that fulfill the functions that traditional religions fulfilled in the past. Durkheim even mentions nationalistic gatherings of citizens who celebrate the membership of their beloved nation and to the moral principles that they all share. The reader here is reminded of the French when they celebrate liberty, equality and fraternity on the 14th of July, or you may be reminded of Americans on Independence Day. And the example that I just gave of the outrage that a nationalist person may experience when she must watch the burning of the national flag, that example was in fact not taken from the world of religion, but from the world of nationalism. And it makes clear that a flag can be seen as just as sacred as a cross. Sometimes my students tell me that they believe that large pop concerts, rock concerts, international soccer matches also fulfill religious functions. And when I speak about effervescence collective, they tell me that moving with hundreds of people on the repetitive beats of electronic dance music may have that very same effect, attended by a deep feeling of unity with everybody present. And when a large company announces the appearance, for example, of a new cell phone, and we feel at one with people all over the world who stand in long lines to buy that elegant small computer, we also may experience a kind of semi-religious feeling that transcends national borders, a kind of global solidarity. Durkheim's book on religious life, all those arguments about the sacred and the profane, about effervescence, about the functions of religion, still offers us today a very impressive theoretical framework that can help us to understand our own societies, and for that we should thank the son of the rabbi. Max Weber, the German social scientist who wrote his best books in the first 2 decades of the 20th century, is considered by many sociologists as the unsurpassed genius of their discipline. You might say that this sheds a strange light on sociology. Isn't it a bit worrying when the towering figures already passed away 1 century ago? But then again, think of Einstein or Picasso, Wittgenstein or Stravinsky, Freud or Proust. Sociology does not stand alone amongst the arts and the sciences in honoring somebody as one of their greatest, who did his best work more than 100 years ago. When I said that when Durkheim wrote about suicide he was not at all a value-free sociologist, you probably understood vaguely what I meant. Durkheim made his personal moral position very clear. He didn't hesitate to say that suicide rates are pathologically high and that we should try to lower them. But what you may not have known is that the expression value-free, or in the German language wertfrei, became a household term in sociology because of Max Weber. He treated that subject in a fundamental way. Weber's ideas about value-free research are still debated today, but you can simply not go around them. Weber forces every social scientist to think about this problem and to take a position that he or she can defend. One of the things that Weber was adamant about is that a professor at the university who propagates, who advocates his own political preferences, abuses his position. He has been appointed because in a certain field he is considered to be one of the best, but that does not give him the right to tell his students how they should vote in the next election. When it comes to value judgments, when the question is not how the world is, but how the world ought to be, then the most learned professor is not more trustworthy than the guy next door. And if the professor pretends that his scientific excellence enables him to say with authority which political party deserves the support of the students, then he is just a fraud. The universities, Weber says, have struggled for many centuries to break free from the control of religious and economic and political elites. So please, dear colleagues, do not give away that relative autonomy by turning your academic classroom into a political convention hall. Now, this is an interesting position, but some sociologists might disagree. It has been argued, for example, that a sociologist who is very knowledgeable in his field of study should not refrain from giving at least some empirically supported pieces of advice to politicians. They live on taxpayers' money, don't they? So why not give society something back in return? Weber died before Hitler rose to power. But was it such a good thing that most social scientists in Germany hesitated to speak out against National Socialism, either inside or outside of the university? And something else, isn't it better sometimes when the professor is completely transparent about her or his political preferences, so the students can judge for themselves if she or he is really as value-free in her teachings as she pretends to be. So Weber's position, however important, can be criticized. Now, when it comes to doing research, Weber does not say that values play no role at all. On the contrary, he knows very well that value judgments drive students to the university, to a certain discipline, and maybe also to a certain problem field within that discipline. There is in fact nothing wrong with studying racism because you believe that racism is wrong. But when you are doing the research, when you are collecting and interpreting your data, then you should try to be as cool and as detached as it is possible to be. Don't force the data in such a way that they produce the conclusion that you hoped to achieve when you began your research project. You may have all kinds of strong opinions, but when you are collecting the data, just shut up. Open your eyes and ears, give social reality an opportunity to talk back. You should, for example, be extremely careful when you might in your interviews, even inadvertently, suggest certain answers to your interviewees. And when the final results are in, check one more time if they really did not allow your own preferences to create a bias. Now, the best way to do it is to enlist the help of your peers who may come from an entirely different political or ideological background. Let them check and recheck the whole research process in order to make sure that you did not, maybe unconsciously, maybe unwittingly, push in the direction of a conclusion that you hoped to arrive at. And if you really cannot suppress this urge to present social facts in a way that serve your political goals or your ethical preferences, don't feel ashamed, but stop pretending that you're a scientist. You may become a novel writer, you may become a journalist, a preacher or a politician. You should follow your own demon, but you are not a scientist. So stay away from the university. Sometimes a sociologist writes a book that takes such a central position in his whole oeuvre that his admirers bestow upon it the honorary title magnum opus. In the case of Durkheim, for example, there is not such an outstanding book, but with Weber this is an easy one. The magnum opus is Wirtschaft und Gesellschaft, Economy and Society. An enormous masterpiece in which Weber tried to summarize his whole theoretical enterprise. He passed away before he could finish the book, but what we are left with contains more than enough interesting thoughts for many generations to come. The first word of that important book is the word sociology. In fact, Weber begins this study with a definition of sociology. In this discipline, he says, we study social action. People can reflect on how they act, they can tell us why they acted in this or in that way, they may come up with motivations for what they did. And this is why Weber didn't call it social behavior, soziales Verhalten, but he calls it social action, soziales Handeln. Now, the action is social because it is directed towards other people. A man who tries to cover his head against the pouring rain is not engaged in social action. But two people on the sidewalk of a street who try not to bump into each other are involved in some kind of social action. At least they take each other into account. Weber says that social action is the basic stuff that constitutes the study object of the sociologist. The first thing you can do is to classify types of social action. You can, for example, differentiate between social action that is shrewdly calculated beforehand and social action that is driven by an explosion of emotions. Weber believed that he could discern four very general ideal types of social action, and I will return to that subject in a few minutes when I discuss Weber's theory of rationalization. The sociologist tries to interpret social action and he or she tries to causally explain social action. On the one hand, we try to understand why certain individuals or certain social groups act in a certain way under certain circumstances, and on the other hand, we try to discern chains of cause and effect. Now, if you agree with the idea that there are in fact two types of academic disciplines, the humanities, like history, and the sciences, like physics, then you could say that Weber here tries to combine elements from those two broad categories to create a new place for the social sciences. Interpretation demands the qualities of the historian. You should try to see through the eyes of the people that you study. You want to see their objects the way they see them. You fight your way into their heads because you need to understand their systems of bestowing meaning upon the world around them. When the sociologist tries to shed light on cause and effect, he is more like the physicist, who is always keen on causal relations. It has often been said that Weber here tries to bridge the gap between what was called in classic German universities the Geisteswissenschaften, the sciences of mind, and the Naturwissenschaften, the sciences of matter. Sociologists have a tendency to look up at natural scientists with their elegant models of cause and effect. But those scientists must do their job without a possibility that historians and psychologists, anthropologists and sociologists can profit from. Because they study human beings who are in many ways similar to themselves, of course. They can try to imagine what it must be like, for example, to be the brother of Napoleon Bonaparte, or to be the leader of the Dutch Socialist Party between the two world wars. This intimate understanding from within, that is what the Germans called Verstehen, interpretative understanding. And Weber thought that it played an important role in the human sciences. We can imagine what the famous general must have felt on the eve before an important battle. But we can also try to understand a member of a certain social group, let's say a carpenter in a medieval French small city, or a proletarian factory worker in Manchester around the year 1848. Emile Durkheim, for example, tried to understand the religious feelings of an Australian Aboriginal. Verstehen really helps the sociologist or the anthropologist in studying social action. Verstehen must always lead to hypotheses about causal relationships. And those relationships should then be tested in a more rigorous fashion, often by using quantitative data, looking for statistical correlations. Here, the research strategies that prove to be so enormously successful in the natural sciences should also help the sociologist. And it is this combination of the more qualitative approach and the more quantitative approach that characterizes the style of work in sociology that Weber favors. And maybe that is also one of the reasons why all sociologists hold Max Weber in such high esteem, whether they favor the hard-nosed quantitative proof or whether they feel more at home with the methodology that has been so successful in the humanities. Weber's approach, starting with the very first sentence in his magnum opus, goes against the tendency to completely separate the quantitative from the qualitative style, a tendency that has become so common in sociology today. I just said that Weber discerned 4 ideal types of social action. And again, I have to postpone the presentation of those 4 types because I first must explain this word ideal type that also became a household term in history and in sociology and in some other social sciences thanks to Max Weber. An ideal type is not an ideal thing in the sense that it is something admirable, something worth striving for. You might very well construct an ideal type of fascism, and that does not mean that you find fascism an attractive ideology. Weber suggests that historians and sociologists try to get a grip on the chaotic and stubborn reality that they are confronted with by constructing models in which they include some aspects of the subject matter that they study as being characteristic, and by omitting many other aspects that may be found in the world out there, but that they consider to be not essential. I like to compare it with a caricature of a well-known politician. Everybody recognizes the image, not because it is a photorealistic portrait, but because the artist has only stressed those facial traits that we associate with this famous politician and left out all the other aspects. Now, Weber stresses time and time again that the ideal typical representation is not reality itself. The real world out there is more muddy, less transparent, more chaotic. So in our ideal types, we simplify, we streamline reality. And this, he says, is in fact what social scientists have always done in the past, but they were not reflexively aware of their own methodological trick. For example, Auguste Comte did not describe the theological stage in human thought, he constructed his own ideal type of that theological stage. Tocqueville wrote about an ideal typical democracy. Karl Marx did not analyze the really existing capitalist system, he analyzed his own ideal typical representation of capitalism. And the error that he and many other social scientists made was that he believed that his model was actually empirical reality. Which may explain, by the way, why the capitalist system that he constructed in his study room had to ultimately fall to pieces, whereas the really existing capitalism appeared to be more flexible and more robust. Now, one of the gravest and most common errors in the social sciences is to ignore that your ideal typical construction is not the real thing. So then the question is, why should we do that? Why build models of reality whose correspondence with what is actually going on out there is unclear? And here Weber gives an answer that may remind the philosophically inclined students amongst you of the idealism of Kant. Weber says, there's just no other way. If you want to come up with an interesting hypothesis about the relationship between Protestantism and capitalism, then you must first start by creating your own model of the Protestant ethic and your own model of the spirit of capitalism. In choosing the defining characteristics, you try to approach a certain degree of objectivity, but there always remains an element of coincidence. And that is not a disaster as long as you realize that this is just your ideal type, an instrument that you produced in your own study room, comparable to the ruler that the carpenter has made in order to be able to measure his objects. Ideal types, for example, help us when we use the comparative method. You remember that method that, according to Auguste Comte, is so important in sociology. If you want to compare, let's say, the French Revolution with the Russian Revolution or with the Cuban Revolution, the first thing to do is to construct an ideal type of the revolution. All over his work, Weber presents classifications and concepts that are, whether he explicitly stresses it or not, ideal types. Rational behavior, the bureaucratic organization, charismatic authority, even value-free science or the Protestant ethic of the spirit of capitalism, those are all ideal types. And they have all been extremely helpful in generating interesting hypothetical suggestions. Weber says that an ideal type should make sense. It must not be intrinsically inconsistent. It has to be sinnhaft adequaat. Everything must fit. You could compare it to what computer gamers tell us about virtual reality. In a good computer game, they say the virtual world must feel like a real world, a universe where you feel at ease, a world that in principle could exist. Now, when you construct a virtual reality model of the spirit of capitalism and a virtual reality model of the Protestant ethic, you can try to combine the two. And then you may come up with an interesting idea about how they are interrelated. And that idea can then be operationalized in hypothetical statements. Statements that can be tested in empirical, non-virtual reality, in the social world out there. Max Weber has often been called a methodological individualist. He believes that in principle every sociologist should start with the only thing that is really real in the human sciences, human beings. It's okay to talk about Protestantism or capitalism, about the economy or the political system, about the church or the law. as long as you don't forget that those entities are ideal typical constructions and that the only thing that is real, that is present in the world out there, that you can observe and touch, interview and listen to, is human individuals. When all is said and done, society cannot be anything else than just that. All the individuals that compose the society. In many places in his work, Weber has been outspoken about this. For example, when he writes about the state, he reminds his readers that the state is nothing else than the chance that certain individuals will act in this way rather than acting in that way. And, I can't refrain from quoting something that was written not by Max Weber, but by a famous colleague and friend of Max Weber, the sociologist and philosopher Georg Simmel, who developed his own brand of methodological individualism and who wrote this beautiful line that I want to share with you. Groping for something tangible, we found only individuals, and between them, so to speak, nothing but empty space. Nach dem Greifbaren tastend finden wir nur Individuen und zwischen ihnen gleichsam nur leeren Raum, empty space. Sociology teachers have made it their pride and joy to oppose Weber and Durkheim, the methodological individualist versus the sociological holist. They are a bit handicapped by the fact that the greatest sociologist in France, everybody agreed about that, around the year 1910, and the greatest sociologist in Germany around 1910 were, of course, aware of each other's existence, but never reacted to each other's work, as far as I know. Now, the debate between Durkheim and the French methodological individualist Gabriel Tarde is, in fact, as close as you can get. And by the way, this is an interesting observation in its own right. I think that in sociology today, this would be quite impossible. Imagine those two sociological heavyweights. They would see each other in international conferences. They would be invited by scientific journalists in interviews to comment on each other's work. I think they would be forced into the ring. The opposition between them can be most easily summarized in negative sentences. You can say Durkheim believes that when a social fact is reduced to an individual fact, that explanation must be wrong. And Weber believes that if a general sociological concept like the state or feudalism cannot be put in terms of the chance that individuals would act in this way or in that way, then the concept should be abandoned. Maybe the opposition is a bit smaller than it seems, but there is here at least a difference in style, in what should be given focal attention and how that should be approached. But when you read the more empirical studies of those two giants of sociology, the difference sometimes seems to evaporate. Durkheim, for example, cannot escape from being interested in what happens to somebody who is struck by a general atmosphere of anomie. His arguments about anomic suicide are so convincing because we can easily imagine what the world must look like for an individual living in a period of anomie. And Weber, on the other hand, cannot always force himself to keep an eye on the actions of individual human beings. He has become very famous for his grand analysis of macro-sociological processes, such as the process of rationalization or the process of bureaucratization. Those two theorists were far too clever to be imprisoned by their own methodological prescriptions. But now you may say, what about that relationship between individual and society? Who is right here? Well, I guess that Max Weber and Émile Durkheim would both agree with a few simple words from a literary author. I will give you a quote from a book called The Invisible Cities by Italo Calvino. Marco Polo describes a bridge, stone by stone. But which is the stone that supports the bridge? Kublai Khan asks. The bridge is not supported by one stone or another, Marco answers, but by the line of the arch that they form. Kublai Khan remains silent, reflecting. Then he says, "Why do you speak to me of the stones? It is only the arch that matters to me." Polo answers, "Without stones, there is no arch." Max Weber now presents his own classification of the 4 ideal types of social action. The first one is called Zweckrational, which can be translated as goal rational or means ends rational. This is social action that is motivated by the desire to reach in the most efficient way an end result that can also be defended with rational arguments. In a calculating, systematic way, the means are selected that will lead to that goal. However much you would like to achieve that goal, you should at all times keep your emotions under control, because they may lead you away from where you want to go. Always keep a cool head. That could be the motto of the engineer who designs a bridge, or the general at the eve of a battle studying his maps. The second ideal typical category consists of social action that seems to be irrational because it is directed at a value that cannot be motivated in rational terms. And this is what Weber calls wertrational, or value-rational social action. In order to achieve that value, the individual may be just as rational as the person displaying goal-rational social action. Most people are not saints or military heroes, and for them it may be hard to understand, but if you sincerely strive for personal salvation, then you might choose the ascetic lifestyle of the hermit. Or if you really want to defend your military honor, you may rationally choose a social action that inescapably will result in you losing your life. Those actions can be understood in rational terms, but only if you accept, without a rational argument, the value that they are oriented at. Number 3 is called affective social action, and it is motivated by the emotional state of the actor. When somebody is overcome with anger, he may react in a certain way that maybe he regrets afterwards, but that was the only possibility at that very moment. Weber mentions a furious parent that beats a child purely out of anger. Maybe a better example that you will not find in Weber is a soccer player biting a member of the opposite team. He knows very well that he will be severely punished, that his team will receive bad publicity plus a financial penalty, that his social action may dramatically influence their position in the competition, and still he cannot stop himself from sinking his teeth in the neck of his fellow soccer player. That is affective social action, driven by emotion. And then there is traditional social action. When you ask somebody why they do the things the way they do them, the answer will be, that's the way we do this. In our community, we always did it this way. Our ancestors always did it this way. We have been raised to do it this way. Again, an example that you will not find in Weber, but that I think helps you to understand what it means, is eating with a fork and a knife. There may be hygienic advantages and rational reasons, but you can experience the weight of tradition if you just try to do it, to eat your evening dinner just for once as an experiment with your bare hands. Those are the 4 ideal types of rational action. And one more time, those categories are ideal types, so you will never encounter them in the real world out there, in their pure state. What you will find is a mixture, or at least a slightly contaminated case. The 4 types in their pristine form only exist in the world of ideas. But we can observe all kinds of phenomena that more or less approach, that more or less come close to the types that Weber has constructed. Now, Max Weber is convinced that the first type, goal rationality, is gaining territory in modernity. More and more, social action in modern Western societies can be characterized as goal rational. And we also witness the gradual marginalization of value rational, affective and traditional social action. Those types can still be found, but you have to search for them in the periphery. They are pushed into the margin. Now, the kernel of Weber's sociological theory of modernity boils down to this. In modern Western societies, the realm of goal-rational social action is constantly increasing at the expense of the realms of the other 3 types of social action. All the other aspects of modernity that we will discuss from here are nothing but the consequences of this central development. When person A tells person B what to do, and B does it because A is pointing a gun at his head, then it is clear that A has power over B. This is a case of Macht. But when A is not threatening B, and yet B is doing everything that A has asked him to do, and B adds that it is only good and right that A is ordering him around, then A has authority over B. It's a matter not of Macht, but of Herrschaft. Weber is intrigued by the way in which raw and brutal power is transformed over time into legitimated authority. It now will come as no surprise that Weber presents here a list of ideal types of authority. The only surprise may be that this time it's not a 4-fold division but a 3-fold division, but the 3 ideal types of authority are clearly related to the 4 types of social action, as you will see. Let us begin with the most famous one, charismatic authority. Max Weber here uses a word that a professor of theology had borrowed from a biblical text and had employed to point at a certain historical phenomenon. Now, Weber gives it broader meaning, and you can say that he is the man who gave us the word charisma. Weber says that charismatic authority is founded on the belief in the extraordinary devotion, the holiness, the heroic powers, or the exemplary lifestyle of the leader. This religious or political leader is perceived to be superior to ordinary human beings. He, or sometimes she, is somebody whose extraordinary qualities demand our obedience. That is the oldest type of authority between human beings. There is, of course, a clear link here between charismatic authority and effective social action. The second type of authority, that is a bit more modern, is the pendant of traditional social action, and it is called traditional authority. People willingly obey somebody because they believe in the holiness of the ancient traditions and in the legitimacy of those who are called by those traditions to rule. I live in the Netherlands, and although this is a constitutional monarchy and the royal family enjoys a strictly bounded kind of authority, there are many people in this country, you can find them especially in the Protestant churches, who believe that the inhabitants of these low countries must be governed by the members of the family of Orange, because that is the family that has been ordained by God to rule over us, the Dutch. The third and most modern ideal type of authority is rational legal authority. When I ride my bicycle and a policewoman gives me a ticket on the spot, because the red rear light at the backside of my bike doesn't work, I do not protest. I completely and wholeheartedly accept her authority. Under the given circumstances, she is the competent official. This is her job, and she is authorized to give me a fine. I do not think that she has any charismatic qualities. I do not obey because the holy tradition instructs me to obey her. This is simply a matter of her being the official that we have given this task of enforcing the law. Once again, this is an ideal typical classification. In reality, we come across all kinds of interesting mixtures. For example, in Dutch politics, we see a rational legal authority all over the place. Of course, it's a modern nation state. But like I said, there are some elements of traditionalism. And some of our politicians may even profit from a certain degree of charisma. But the general direction is clear. The realm of rational legal authority is increasing, and the realm of traditional and charismatic authority seems to dwindle away. But there is an important exception here. Charismatic authority is the oldest type, but all through history it had its comebacks, especially in times of crisis. When many people are disoriented and scared and looking out for someone who may lead them out of the chaos, then all of a sudden the seemingly old-fashioned type of charismatic authority may unexpectedly return. And this is possible even in high modernity, as can be illustrated by such political personalities as John F. Kennedy or Nelson Mandela. Rational legal authority can only be realized with the help of a new invention in the coordination of large numbers of people, the so-called bureaucratic organization. The policewoman who fined me for driving in the night through Amsterdam on a bicycle without a light is an official in an enormous organization. The modern bureaucratic organization can be found everywhere today, not just in the world of politics or in law enforcing institutions, but also in modern high schools and universities, in modern hospitals, in the modern army, and last but not least, in modern capitalistic enterprises. What is strikingly similar in that wide variety of social arrangements is that the officials all have gone to specialized educational institutions where they had to follow a long and demanding professional training. They have been taught their job and they had to demonstrate their competence in a series of standardized exams that resulted in official diplomas that carry a seal of approval by the state. One of the things that the officials to be have learned is that they should separate their private lives from their professional tasks. If they would, for example, give preferential treatment to a member of their own family, this is immediately labeled as corruption, and that kind of fraudulent behavior is severely punished. There is also a very clear division between the time of the day that you spend as an official and the private time that you spend after having left the office. The rules of the bureaucratic organization are standardized and codified. You can look them up in written documents. The officials have to implement them in an impersonal fashion. They should never make an exception to the rule, for example, because of personal sympathies for a client. If the official really sees no other way than to break the rule, then he should report that immediately. And if his superiors agree with what you could call this kind of innovation, then the news is distributed all through the whole organization because he now has created a so-called precedent. That means that from now on, in similar cases, his example will be followed. It has become a sort of new rule, an addition to the existing rules. The worst thing that an official can indulge in is improvisation, playing around with the rules. Sometimes it may be very tempting to bend the codes of conduct a little bit, and that is why the officials must be so severely trained in suppressing their emotions, their impulses. It is clear that all of this is only possible in a very hierarchical organization, an organization with a top-down structure. The officials in the lower ranks have to do exactly and without questions, without objections, what the officials in the higher positions tell them to do. An order is an order. Max Weber believed that the bureaucratic organization is one of the greatest inventions of mankind in modernity. It's a huge social machine that creates the possibility of coordinating the social actions of hundreds or even of thousands of people. In the Western world, the school system, the hospitals or the Internal Revenue Service, they are all dependent on the principles of the modern bureaucracy. And at the same time, there is a kind of ambivalence in Weber. He writes about the disenchantment of modernity, the Entzauberung in German. The magic is driven out. Everything has to be predictable. Every measure must be codified. Inspiration is only a source of unrest. The professional should become somebody without a heart. Now, is that really the world that we want to live in? Weber's hesitant criticism of modernity is very different from Marx's, but the concept of alienation is always tangible. But according to Weber, those problems have nothing to do with the rise of capitalism in itself. They are the outcome of a more general process of rationalization. The modern capitalistic enterprise is just one of the many outcomes of this ongoing process of rationalization. It is the result of the penetration of rationalization into the economic sector of the social world. Modern capitalism is not characterized by the drive to make as much money as you can, but by the wish to gradually increase your profits in a controlled, calculated, goal-rational way. The modern entrepreneur wants to create a predictably increasing flow of profits, and he tries to realize this by organizing his enterprise in a completely rational way. Now, the strange thing is that this hard-working capitalist never enjoys the fruits of his labor. He may succeed in generating this ever-growing stream of money, but he continues to lead an ascetic life. This surprising combination leads to the expansion of capitalism, because the profits now are pumped back, so to speak, into the enterprise, as they are not needed for more frivolous purposes. This spirit of capitalism leads to a flowering capitalism, and it is also produced by capitalism. But how did this capitalist spirit come into existence in the first place? We can already find it in Western Europe in the 16th century, before the serious takeoff of modern capitalism. And here Weber presents his famous thesis, according to which the Protestant ethic had an important influence on the spirit of capitalism in its earliest phase. In the 16th and in the 17th century, a new kind of Christian faith made its way in Northwestern Europe and in the United States. This, of course, is the age of the rise of Protestantism. The Protestant doctrine teaches that we all have to work very hard because God wants us to make this world a better place. It is our moral duty to leave this world in a better state than the state in which we found it. And we should certainly not indulge in luxury. So here we see, at the moment when capitalism is only just beginning to take shape, the outlines of a new economic mentality that is consonant with the capitalist ethos of hard work plus an ascetic lifestyle. Part of the Weberian argument here is concerned with the doctrine of predestination. According to the strict interpretations in some Protestant churches, there is no way of finding out whether you belong to the small group of the chosen people, the elect, who will be admitted into heaven. The fear of eternal damnation became so violent among the believers that in some churches this doctrine was softened a bit. If you discover that you are the kind of person that loves to work extremely hard, if you are very, very successful in your work, if you don't spend much of your money, then you have good reason to assume that you belong to the chosen few. Now, this somewhat watered down version of Protestantism led to this striking outpouring of entrepreneurial energy. You could say that those dedicated Protestant entrepreneurs were driven by deep religious metaphysical hopes and fears. Weber's thesis is really more complex and subtle than that. And, you know, my advice, and I really mean this, my advice is you should read the entire book. It's one of the most beautiful books in the sociological tradition. And among the books written by Max Weber, it is also his most accessible work. It is interesting to compare the approach of religion by Marx and the argument by Weber. Sometimes it is suggested that Weber took Marx's theory and turned it upside down. Where Marx believes that the arrow of causality points from the economic infrastructure towards the superstructure, and the superstructure of course also includes religious belief systems, Weber gives us the mirror image and says that it is in fact the Protestant religion that produced the mentality that was a necessary condition for modern capitalism to develop. But that is not quite the case. That's a bit an exaggeration. Weber writes that the arrows of causality point in both directions. There is a mutual interaction going on between the religious sector and the economic sector of society. But then he says, Karl Marx has been so very one-sided in stressing over and over and over again the importance of the underlying economic elements, that now I want to show that you can also discern a causal arrow that points just the other way. So I believe that we should not see Weber's book as a refutation of Marx's analysis, but more as an extension of and as an addition to the argument that was given to us by Karl Marx. Norbert Elias, or in English Norbert Elias, is in more than one way the last representative of the classic tradition in sociology. His most important books, The Court Society and On the Process of Civilization, appeared before the Second World War, and although the author wrote many beautiful books and articles after the war, his fundamental ideas are contained in those pre-war books that build on the insights of Marx, Weber and Durkheim. Although he rarely refers directly to those great predecessors, his books show that he was very familiar with those ideas, and also, by the way, with the work of Freud. His fundamentally historical approach owes a lot to Marx and Weber, who always were interested in long-term trends. Many ideas that we came across so far are combined and integrated in the work of Norbert Elias. I once noticed that no more than only 2 handshakes separate me from Karl Marx. So, those classical thinkers are closer to us than you might think. But the only classic sociologist that I personally met, whose seminars I attended, whose lectures I never skipped, was Norbert Elias, who was a welcome guest lecturer here in Amsterdam in the 60s and in the 70s and in the 80s. Well, in fact, until his death. I had many occasions to listen to him and even to engage in discussions with him. The only classical sociologist that I encountered personally was a very learned and also a very friendly man. One of the things that he taught me is that it is possible, but only when one has a lot of luck, to become very old in a gracious way. Although at the end of his life, when he approached 90, he had serious problems with his sight and he became practically deaf, it was a miracle to see how in this frail body one of the sharpest minds was still functioning at breathtaking speed. His memory remained intact, and if you shouted loud enough into his ear, you could still receive extremely interesting answers and even pieces of advice that the old professor still loved to give to his pupils. And he did that with the same friendliness with which he treated his students when he was an assistant professor in Frankfurt around the year 1931. Just like the Dutch students in the 70s and the 80s, the students in Frankfurt in pre-Hitler Germany loved him for being so open and also so unauthoritarian, a stark contrast with many other German academics in those days. Or that at least is how they spoke about him on the occasion of his 80th birthday that I attended in Aachen in Germany. In 1933, Elias had written in Frankfurt his first important book, The Court Society, Die Höfische Gesellschaft. 36 years old, this promising assistant professor now stood at the beginning of what appeared to become a shining academic career, and then, all of a sudden, everything changed. The National Socialist Party came to power, and Elias, who was of Jewish origin, realized that his only chance to survive was to leave Germany. He ended up in London, and it was there that he wrote his magnum opus, On the Process of Civilization, über den Prozess der Zivilisation. That book was written in German. It was published by a friendly Swiss editor, but it couldn't be distributed in the largest German-speaking countries like Germany and Austria because its author was a Jew. And that is one of the many tragic elements in the life of Norbert Elias. His 2 best books only received the distribution that they deserved at the end of the 60s, when German editions and English and French translations brought the book and its author all of a sudden into the spotlights of attention. The fact that the enthusiastic reception of his work took place in the 70s, some 30 years too late, makes it seem as if Elias was a contemporary of Giddens or Bourdieu, a modern theorist. But that is an error. The outline of his historical sociological theory was already there in the 30s, and his core contributions are not developed in a debate with Parsons or with Merton, but in a debate with Marx, Durkheim, Simmel, Freud and Weber. Elias should be seen as the last of the great classical sociologists. At first glance, the work of Elias is characterized by a striking heterogeneity. It seems as if this sociologist wrote about almost every subject that he could lay his hands on. The court of Louis XIV, the development of the naval profession in England, a history of the use of the fork and the knife, the life of Mozart, the tensions between two groups of factory workers in a small English city, and even the phenomenon of time. You might think that somebody with such a broad collection of topics cannot be taken too seriously. But appearances deceive, because in fact all those subjects are kept together by one central concept, the concept of civilization. Elias developed a very general theory of the civilizing process, and in order to show his audience the fruitfulness and the implications, the relevance, the enormous range of his theoretical approach, he applied it to a wide variety of themes, many of which are considered to be pressing problems. Take, for example, that small and beautiful book that he published in the final phase of his life, the book about the loneliness of the dying. That book seemed to treat a subject that is entirely different from anything that he had written about before, but on closer inspection it is again a book that has a lot to do with the process of civilization. Sometimes the critics believe that Elias applauds the process of civilization, but this small book shows that his position is more detached and that he also recognized the more tragic aspects of the process of civilization. When we find it difficult to be in the presence of people who are going to die, when we hesitate to touch, let alone to wash our dying fathers and mothers, this is related to feelings of shame and embarrassment and even repugnance that have emerged in the civilizing process. And today we have so deeply internalized the civilized behavioral standards that it is difficult for us to do those friendly things for our dying relatives that people who were raised in another type of culture consider to be completely self-evident. One of the problems with the word civilization is that it has so many moral overtones. Some ethnologists, for example, think that it is a term with such an ugly history that we should stay away from it. You know, when it's used in contexts like, we are civilized, they are primitives. We are civilized, they are savages. They should obey us, we are their masters, etc., etc. You know, a terminology that has played such a perverse role, and especially in the discourse of colonialism. Should that deserve a place in the social sciences? In political debates, the word civilization still plays a moralistic role. When a member of parliament, for example, says that the way in which we treat our elderly, or the way in which we treat the sick or the handicapped, or the way in which we treat, let's say, our farm animals, is an indication of how civilized we actually are, then the word civilized is used as a weapon in a verbal fight. And in that context, you know, it means the ultimate good thing, you know, the thing that nobody could possibly be against. But it's also possible to oppose to the term civilized concepts like honest, authentic, genuine, sincere. And then civilized refers to superficiality, to dishonesty, to hypocrisy, hiding away your feelings. And then there is the more Freudian way to speak about civilization as something that forces people to hide their innermost impulses, to suppress what they really feel, what they actually would like to do, and the suppression of those urges may lead in time to frustration, and frustration may become the cause of all kinds of psychological problems. In this discourse, civilization is seen as something that may undermine our psychological health. So, civilization carries with it a lot of value judgments, sometimes positive, sometimes negative. Now, what Elias does is not to silence those judgmental overtones. That would be an impossible thing to do. But he asks a very simple question. Is there a possibility to study the process of civilization in an empirical way? Can we operationalize this concept? Can we observe how it actually works? And his answer is yes, we can do that. We can, for example, use etiquette books, books that were published over a period of some 5 centuries, books in which the children of the higher strata of society are instructed in how to behave when you find yourself in good company. And those books about, for example, how to behave when you are having dinner with a group of high society people tell us a lot about behavioral standards at a certain moment in time. And when you make a large collection of that genre of books, when you take them from different time periods, then you can begin to look out for trends. You can begin to recognize a process. And that is what Elias intended to do. He studied and he systematically compared French etiquette books for the members, especially for the children of the secular upper classes in France, over a period from the late Middle Ages until, around the end of the 18th century. And he concluded that one can indeed discern a trend, a movement into one direction. And that is a tendency that Elias calls the civilizing process. The titles of the chapters in the first volume of this 2-volume book on the civilizing process, on the process of civilization, are surprising if you expected a work of sociological theory. Let me quote the titles of chapters 4 to 10. On behavior at table, that's a chapter that includes paragraphs dedicated to the use of the fork and the knife. Changes in attitudes towards the natural functions. That is a chapter on the behavioral codes surrounding urinating and defecating. On blowing one's nose, on spitting, on behavior in the bedroom, changes in attitudes towards the relations between men and women, on changes in aggressiveness. Now, in those chapters you will read about how people thought that you should blow your nose in the 16th century or in the 17th century in such a way that you wouldn't annoy other people, or how to manipulate your knife at the dinner table in such a way that it doesn't seem to be an act of aggression. Reading those chapters, overloaded with anecdotal evidence that sometimes will make you blush or giggle or even laugh out loud, is a pleasure in itself, and for some time this has in fact been the aspect of the book that received the most attention, especially when it describes changes in sexuality. For example, changes in the attitude towards the display of nudity. Some historians who studied sexual habits in the 17th and the 18th century were very happy with this book. A book, by the way, that became popular right at the moment when the sexual revolution was getting underway. Elias used all kinds of sources, apart from those etiquette books. He looks, for example, very carefully at paintings and at book illustrations, noticing small details that escape an eye that is not sociologically trained. In fact, Elias is in this book a very interesting methodologist who used sources that had often been overlooked. His use, for example, of those etiquette books is an interesting innovation. But all of that was not the most important thing that the author wanted to do. First of all, he wanted to show that behind all those prescriptions we can discern a general process, a movement into a certain direction. Now, that civilizing process is, so to speak, a blind process. It's not planned by anybody, it is unforeseen, unintended, and for a long period of time, it also remained the unrecognized outcome of the actions of millions of people over a period of several centuries. And still, it has its own structure, its own dynamics. Now, Elias is an atheistic author. He cannot invoke any kind of heavenly intervention here. So we are left with, in fact, two big questions. The first one is, of course, what is the direction of this process? And the second one is, assuming that nobody planned that process, how can we then explain that it went in that direction over such a long period of time, over several centuries, encompassing many generations? Okay, first of all, what is civilization? The process of civilization is not a process of increasing control over the urges and the impulses, as is often thought. It's not a process of suppressing spontaneous emotions under all circumstances. Elias says that in this process behavioral controls become more generalized, more stable, more differentiated. People learn how to manage, how to organize their emotional impulses in a wide variety of situations. For example, when you sit at the dinner table surrounded by people from the highest social strata, you discipline yourself in a certain way that is very different from how you behave when you are in a bar with your friends, or when you are in a classroom at the university, or when you are lying on the couch with the one you love. The civilizing process forces people to differentiate their behavioral possibilities more and more, to take the social circumstances into account, to make an estimation of the type of people that surround you, to judge what kind of behavior is expected in a particular situation from you, to reflexively monitor the social context you're in, and then to steer your emotions accordingly. And when you are very good at that, you will receive valuable social rewards. When you make many errors in this regard, those social prizes will escape you. So it's not so much a matter of suppressing your impulses, it's a matter of organizing, streamlining, using, and sometimes also hiding them in a way that corresponds with the social context. You can constantly feel an external pressure, an external social constraint, a Fremdzwang in German, that forces you to construct a kind of sociological definition of the situation and to organize the manifestation of your impulses accordingly. During the civilizing process, people are more and more trained to do this. And after some generations, it becomes a part of their habitus, a kind of self-steering mechanism that becomes automatical, that you don't even realize when you are doing what you are doing. That is when self-constraint, Selbstzwänge, begins to supplement the external constraints. The internal controls do not replace social constraints from the outside, but the external controls force you to increase control over yourself. And if you make a big mistake, you will feel ashamed. And if somebody else makes a blatant error, you will feel a kind of embarrassment, as if you were in his place. And that is why, from now on, the restroom is locked, the bathroom is locked, there is a lock on the bedroom door of the parents, because even in their domestic living arrangements, people now want to avoid anything that could lead to embarrassment, to shame and repugnance. We can observe here a tendency to push potentially unsettling behavior off stage, so to say, or behind the scenes, into the wings. Those are metaphors taken from the world of the theater. Metaphors, by the way, that became very important in the 50s in the works of the American sociologist Irving Goffman. Irving Goffman also loved to write about frontstage behavior and backstage behavior, and he did that long before he had ever heard of the work of Norbert Elias. In the second volume of his book, Über den Prozess der Zivilisation, the volume that is called State Formation and Civilization, Elias tries to come up with an explanation of the civilizing process. He tells us how many small territories that occupied the part of Europe that we call today France, slowly but surely united to form a larger whole. That process of state formation took many centuries before it was completed with the rule of Louis XIV, the Sun King, at the end of the 17th century. Following Max Weber here, Elias describes this process as a gradual development of a monopoly over the means of violence by the centralized state and the development of a monopoly over the means of taxation by this same state. Taxpayers' money is needed to pay the officials that are entrusted with the means of violence. And those officials are needed to force the people to pay their taxes. So you could say that the two monopolies presuppose one another, and that may explain in part why it took such a long period of time for this structure to develop. Elias writes hundreds of pages to describe the ups and downs in this process of state formation. Sometimes one is reminded, reading the book, of the ups and downs in the process of the formation of the European Union in our own days. Episodes when the former antagonists seem to melt together under the influence of centripetal forces are alternated with periods when the centrifugal forces become stronger and they seem to fragment what began to look like a structure with some stability. But in the end of this long and very tortuous process, the outcome is unmistakable. We witness the appearance of the French nation-state as we still know it today. One of the outcomes of this process is that the ordinary citizens, and I mean everybody except the state officials who control the means of violence, the ordinary citizens are disarmed. They are forced from now on to resolve their internal conflicts in a peaceful way, because the use of violence forced by them is now legally forbidden. You could say the citizens are pacified, and they are pacified in a forceful way. And again, this external force to stay away from violent solutions becomes, after some generations, internalized. People develop a sort of non-violent habitus. When they are confronted with acts of violence, they are shocked, they are dismayed, they feel embarrassed, ashamed. But maybe I should add here that for modern people, brutal violence is not only a source of shame. It may sometimes also be a source of fascination, and in its simulated forms, it may even be a source of pleasure sometimes. Our contemporary popular culture, you know, the box office movies, the computer games, the most popular video series, they all testify to that, you know, ambivalence, repugnance of violence, and at the same time a kind of fascination with violence. But one thing is certain, and that is that in everyday life people learn to situationally control their innermost aggressive impulses. They are not allowed anymore to react with violent means. But there are so many other and more subtle ways to fight your enemies. Using the discoveries of his former book on the court society of Versailles, Elias now describes how the courtiers succeeded in outwitting their adversaries under the new conditions. Those descendants of a warring class, those grandsons of a military elite, are now forced to continue their struggles under the strict rules of, you know, a kind of choreography that was enacted around the King of France. And it's here at the court of Versailles that new behavioral standards are developed. The highest prizes now are reserved for those who know when you have to hide your aggressive feelings and when you can outmaneuver your enemy. It's like a game of chess. You must foresee the moves of your adversary even before he thought of them. You must be strategic. You must be extremely rational. And most of all, you should master your impulses. You should only play out your advantage at the moment when the time is ripe. So at this court we can see a social constraint towards self-constraint. And over a longer period of time, those internal controls become automatically operating self-steering mechanisms that constrain people from the inside. Now, the middle-class people observe with admiration the behavioral innovations at the court, and they try to imitate those upper-class people. And soon those codes of conduct trickle down from the highest classes of society into the lower ranks. In this way, the standards that once were typical of only a small segment of society, the elite, the top of society, are more and more generalized. And so models of civilized behavior are now circulating through the entire society. When he was an assistant professor in Frankfurt, Norbert Elias worked in the same building as the members of the famous Frankfurt School. He told us once that often he shared in the morning the elevator with Adorno or with Horkheimer, and they very politely said Guten Morgen, and that was it. There was no further contact. The social scientists and the philosophers of the Frankfurt School tried to integrate the outcomes of philosophy and of the social sciences into one encompassing critical theory. And in order to achieve that goal, they created work groups where political scientists and psychologists, historians, anthropologists, sociologists, to mention just a few disciplines, collaborated in working on what they considered central problems. That was a huge task for those great thinkers. It was difficult to synthesize all those ideas from very dissimilar disciplines. Norbert Elias, who was not very interested in the work of the Critical School of Frankfurt, went his own way, but he did just that. In his work you see how elements from Freudian psychoanalytic theory, elements from Weberian sociology, some building blocks that were laid down by Marx, a lot of insights from historians, etc., are brought together and integrated in such a self-evident way that you do not even realize it when you are reading the book. And one of the reasons for that may be that Elias writes in such an easy way. You just don't notice what he is actually doing. Let me illustrate this with a quote from the second volume of The Civilizing Process to show what I mean. This is what he says. What changed was the way in which people were bonded to each other. This is why their behavior changed and why their consciousness and their drive economy and in fact their personality structure as a whole changed. The circumstances that change are not something that comes upon people from outside. They are the relationships between people themselves. Now that is a sentence that the reader can easily overlook, and it even seems a bit outdated with that reference to the drive economy, the Triebhaushalt in German, the way in which our drives and impulses are organized in our personality. But it is an amazing sentence, because here psychology and sociology are united. Here Freud talks to Marx. Here the sociological emergentism of Durkheim is effortlessly united with Weberian individualism. What he says is this: the changes in the consciousness of individual human beings, the way they order their urges, their personality structure, is not just related to the way in which they are bonded to each other. No. What we should realize is that those so-called social circumstances under which they live do not exist in a world outside of them. Those circumstances are their own interdependencies. As a network of people, they are those circumstances. And the only way to really see this is to follow Marx and Weber, who demonstrated that you must study the social changes over a period of several centuries. You have to start from the fact that human societies are always moving and flowing, and that you must step back and focus on the long-term trends if you want to stand the chance of understanding how in our own society the way we think and feel and act is intertwined with the way in which we are bound together in those long chains of interdependency that developed over a long period of time. Now, this is why I believe that the theoretical approach of Elias is still very important. The famous Dutch sociologist Johan Gaussblom, famous Amsterdam professor, who has been, by the way, very instrumental in disseminating the ideas of Elias amongst contemporary sociologists, has called Elias's work in 1970 in an article of paradigmatic importance. Of course, he referred there to the concept of paradigmatic change in that famous book by Thomas Kuhn, The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, a book that was very popular in those days. But I think it's still true today that the theory of Elias contains implicit solutions to many problems that sociology is faced with today. Elias has become a very important name in sociology, but at the same time, it seems as if the deeper implications of his theory have not yet followed that downward movement of the models of civilized behavior. They have not yet trickled down through the whole body of sociological thought. But something else did happen. Many sociologists, anthropologists and historians have used Elias's theory of the civilizing process as their point of departure for their own empirical and theoretical studies. Let me give you a few examples of studies that could have been done and a few studies that actually have been done. Elias takes as his example, as you know now, the civilizing process in Europe between, well, let's say the late Middle Ages and the period around the French Revolution. But one could do a similar study focusing on ancient Egypt or ancient Greece or ancient Rome. Elias was personally very interested in African culture, but his book focuses on Western Europe. Why not study civilizing processes among the Mayas or among the Aztecs? Why not write a study about civilizing processes in Japan? When we were students of Elias in Amsterdam, we always wanted to know what our professor thought of contemporary developments. Did he have any ideas about the sexual revolution that we found ourselves in the middle of? Didn't he think that the process in which the naked body had to be hidden was now something of the past? Norbert Elias was always amused and intrigued by our questions, and he didn't shy away from discussing them with us, but he was reluctant in giving answers. He said it's a bit too early, to make judgments here. Maybe in a few centuries' time, sociologists will be able to say what this so-called sexual revolution really meant. But when we were enthusiastically talking about the nude beach, for example, as an empirical case that seemed to show to us that the civilizing process had come to a standstill, maybe even was reversed, then our professor was not at all convinced. The people on those nude beaches had a lot of impulses to control, he said. They allowed themselves and each other to let go of some of the traditional behavioral controls. But this process of decontrolling those controls was actually a very controlled process. Those discussions about the applicability of the theory in contemporary society have led to all kinds of sociological studies. Let me mention one author, the Dutch sociologist Cas Wouters, who has made those questions the subject matter of his PhD. And later many new books followed, written by Cas Wouters, some of which are translated into the English language. And then, of course, there is that hard question about the implications of the civilizing process for the power balances between social groups. An interesting subject is how the higher classes in society in the 20th century tried to civilize, so to say, the lower classes. Elias said, you may remember that in the period that he studied, the process of civilization was not organized, unplanned, not steered by anyone in particular. But the Amsterdam sociologist Ali de Recht demonstrated in her PhD that in the 20th century a kind of civilizing offensive was organized to force lower class people to adopt certain behavioral standards, for example, regarding the hygiene of their houses, the organization of their kitchens. But the civilizing process also had an influence on the power balance between men and women, and also, very important, on the power balance between older people and younger people. For example, the balance between parents and their children, or between teachers and their pupils. Of course, this is a very interesting subject for research. Even the long-term changes in the way in which people in the West have been treating non-human animals is a topic that can be studied with the help of hypotheses that are derived from Elias's theory. And finally, there is the very dark subject of the relationship between processes of civilization or decivilization and the occurrence of state violence and even the persecution of minorities. Sometimes I meet people who say that it's such a strange coincidence that Elias was writing his magnum opus on civilization, when on the other side of the North Sea, the National Socialists in Germany were planning the extermination of the Jews. But I have the feeling that there is no coincidence here. Elias, writing in the second half of the 30s as a refugee in London, wanted to understand civilization and the conditions under which it may break down. He studied the forces that produce civilizing processes and implicitly also the forces that might lead to decivilization. And in a way, I find his book not so very reassuring, however pacified we may have become. The pleasure in killing people is never far away. I think that Elias thought of what was going on in his home country when he wrote the following sentence. An immense social upheaval and urgency, hastened by carefully concerted propaganda, are needed to reawaken and legitimize in large masses of the people the socially outlawed drives, the joy in killing and destruction that have been repressed from everyday civilized life. When his books were published in well-distributed editions and translated in many languages at the end of the 60s, Elias feared that his readers might not understand what he had really wanted to accomplish with those books, books that were by now 3 decades old. So he wrote a new introduction to his book on the civilizing process, and he published a small but a very important book that contains his sociological program under the deceivingly simple title Was ist Soziologie? What is sociology? But also in some other articles and books, such as his book on problems of involvement and detachment, he tried to clearly locate his own brand of sociology on the playing field of sociological theory. 2 words that are often used to label his theory are figuration and process. Elias is often said to be a figurational sociologist or a process sociologist, but he wasn't fond of those labels. In fact, Elias wasn't keen on being labeled at all. But in the book What is Sociology? The concept of human figurations is an important concept indeed. Sociologists should not study individual human beings, as the methodological individualists tell us. Sociologists should not study social structure, as the American functionalists, following up on Durkheim, pretend. The thing that sociologists should study is figurations of human beings, the long chains of interdependency that we find ourselves in from the moment we are born, maybe even before that moment. Nothing can be more misleading than this weird opposition between the individual on the one hand and the society on the other hand, a dichotomy that has been very popular in the social sciences from its very first days on. There can be no individuals without a society. The isolated, unsocialized individual doesn't exist. It's a figment of the philosopher's imagination. It's not an existing entity that can be studied in an empirical science. And on the other hand, of course, there can be clearly no society without individuals. So when we oppose those 2 concepts, we can be certain that our theories will lead us into, a dead-end street. We should therefore start from figurations of interdependency, those figurations are constantly in motion, and in their changes we can recognize recurrent elements, and it is those processes that we as sociologists should focus on. And this is why figurational sociology cannot be anything else than process sociology, the study of figurational processes. Now, we already saw in the description of the civilizing process that this is a blind process, unplanned, unforeseen, unintended. And the same thing can be said about other processes, such as the state formation process, or the process of rationalization that Weber analyzed, or the process towards organic solidarity that Durkheim wrote about. But the fact that those processes are not steered by anybody in particular does not imply that they do not have their own structure. Social processes possess their own structure, a structure that can be recognized by the perceptive and well-trained process sociologist, who can describe and interpret and ultimately explain that structure. And Elias says, if you don't believe it, have a look at my book, the book on the process of civilization. There you can see that this can be done. It's feasible. But why should we do that? Apart from the pleasure, of course, of better understanding how human figurations develop over time. Elias was a bit reluctant to answer that question, but in discussions with his students, he sometimes indicated that those blind processes have caused much suffering all over the history of mankind, and that behind the whole sociological enterprise there is this, a bit of secret hope that maybe in the very long run, one day, we may better understand those figurational processes and learn how to steer them in such a way that it will lead to less human suffering. It was only on very rare occasions that Elias could be seduced into saying something like this, but I always had the feeling that this was the strongest force in his own drive economy, that you could feel it behind everything he said and everything he wrote. It may explain why this friendly, soft-spoken German professor was, until the last weeks of his long life, such a devoted, such a passionate sociologist. When we look one more time at the classic authors of sociology, we may now recognize a lot of overlap and of interdependence. In fact, all the authors in this MOOC were studying long-term processes. The invisible hand that Adam Smith wrote about now appears to be a slightly awkward way to formulate how a blind and unplanned process may produce unintended outcomes that nobody foresaw but that everybody can profit from. The rise of science, studied by Auguste Comte, as the new common denominator in modern societies, pushing religion from its throne, can now be seen as an instance of a more general process that Max Weber described as the process of rationalization. The process of democratization, and more generally of the equalization of the living conditions between the members of the different strata of society, that famous topic of Tocqueville, can now be seen as a long-term figurational trend, a trend that nobody had planned beforehand, but that nevertheless continued its unstoppable course. Karl Marx taught us to understand contemporary Western capitalism by studying the very long-term trends that led to the present situation, even if that means that you must study life in the Middle Ages or even in ancient Egypt or in ancient Greece. But with Marx we also see the beginning of a very dark analysis of modernity, where alienation from your work and from your fellow workers undermines the human potential to realize yourself in your labor. From that moment on, sociology becomes very critical of modernity. We see it in the concept of anomie in Durkheim and in the concept of disenchantment in Weber. Modern Western societies now are seen as having a kind of Janus face. Processes of industrialization and rationalization bring a higher standard of living and an explosion of innovations and inventions in the arts and the sciences. But at the same time, many people in the modern metropolis feel lost and lonely and in search of meaning. And this is why Durkheim is looking out for new meaningful alternatives for religion, for a new source of effervescence. This is why Weber writes about modern versions of charismatic leadership that may bring back an element of emotional energy in a social universe that is dominated by cold, bureaucratic arrangements that give people the feeling that they are surrounded by an encasing made out of stainless steel. And many of those long-term trends are reworked and recombined in the theory of Norbert Elias about the civilizing process that forces its members, the members of modern Western societies, to constantly monitor the social situation they are in and to attentively observe and use and control their spontaneous impulses in such a way that they fit the social context. And then sociology took a different turn. So far I've only spoken about European sociologists, Scottish, French and German thinkers, but from now on, American sociology will become a dominating force in all the social sciences. After the Second World War, sociology becomes an American science, and not only in the United States, but also in Europe and in fact all over the world. That results in an important change in style. Sociology now becomes more and more an empirical science, relying on breakthroughs in the methods of data collection and in statistical techniques. Sociology also becomes a science that is focused on the present, the long-term developments that the classic sociologists, without exception, saw as their most important subject matter are now abandoned. The sociologists of the 50s and of the 60s believed that those long-term historical theories characterize the pre-professional phase of sociology, the era of the founding fathers. But even then, and even in America, some sociologists tried to continue the classic tradition. One of them, for example, is Charles Wright Mills, who contrasted the sociology of his contemporaries with the beauty that lies in the classic theories. And in this way, classical sociological theory remained a source of inspiration for modern sociologists, even for those who had the tendency to turn their back to the classics. I hope to be able to tell you more about those modern theorists in a second MOOC that will be entirely dedicated to modern sociological theory.